Testing 1, 2. How are we doing now? Okay. I did an offline recording and the audio sounded okay, so I'm hoping it's okay now. Okay, thank fuck. Oh, that's a relief. I don't know if you can see it on my face, but fuck, man. This is so fucking lame. Sorry. That was kind of tough, man. Because I knew it was a gamble. Because it was like... It was so many years in the making, you know? And I outlined the whole thing. And I followed my outline. The same one that I came up with like 7 years ago. God, I look like such a bitch right now. It's fucking embarrassing. Seven years ago, I outlined this whole thing this season. And there were a number of reasons for it. One of which is I wanted a revenue stream. I'm being honest. You know, I wanted some money coming in. Because I was working film gigs at the time, but and I'd come off my job at Machinima, and that all went fucking tits up. And it felt shitty, you know, because it was like they didn't care. When I made season 7 of Arby and the Chief, I was actually trying to make something sweet. And then that whole thing happened with Machinima. This is so fucking... Sorry. You know, a lot of people talk shit about Machinima, including me, but they did, to their credit, they did let me do what I wanted to do. And they let me make my show the way I wanted to make it. But around season 7, particularly on season 7, I mean, it's a bit foggy to recollect, but around season 7 of the show, the viewership started dwindling a lot. And I couldn't help but think, maybe it's my fault because the show sucks now. But, I mean, there's certainly an argument to be made that it was different from what it used to be. But I still wouldn't call it jumping the shark. I was always just trying to make it better. Take what I was doing before and just try and go deeper with it. Because it was always fundamentally about like encountering people online and how the behavior of those people would change based on the core elements of human conversation that are omitted when you're dealing with people online. All of a sudden there's no accountability, and there's no threat of physical repercussion. You just say what you want, however reprehensible, and you get a kick out of it because you're trolling people and it's funny. And I got a kick out of trolling people too back in the day. I mean, I just like that environment. Like Halo 3 or Xbox Live, Modern Warfare 2. You guys remember, I'm sure, how much of a fucking shit show that was. And that behavior just fascinated me. Because I recognized in that the species was sick. Or maybe sickness is the wrong way to classify it. Maybe it's just what people are. And online discourse brings the worst out of people because of the nature of it. I think maybe technology makes us sick in a way. And that was what the show was about, really, in a way. And my show portrayed people behaving online in a way that it's not flattering. But I thought, this is how it is. And so I want to show it for how it is, in a way that other people aren't. Because if you look at commercials for like online games back then, or even now, it's like, how they create these like scripted online conversations about like how they think online chat people interact with each other, and it's so fucking cringe and stupid. And it's just all like try hard, like so hyper focused on the objective. Like, yeah, I've got the flag, dudes. I'll pick you up in the vehicle or whatever. And it's rarely that. It's more likely going to be like ripping on people because of, I don't know, just whatever will hurt the other person. And that desire to like hurt and get a reaction out of people and like troll people, that was like at the heart of that environment, and I wanted to get at that in my show, and I saw an opportunity to portray that world for portray it honestly and kind of bring those aspects to the forefront. And you run the risk of like glamorizing that sort of behavior where you're trying to hurt other people. But I mean, I admit I got a kick out of it. I thought it was funny, but I wasn't ever trying to like say this is how you should behave online, like through Chief's behavior, because it was always like a satire thing, you know. And I feel like I kind of ousted myself in that process of being, I don't know, accepted. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like a black sheep where it's just like, oh yeah, that's that guy that makes that thing, but we don't talk about that because I don't want to say it's too real, because like I'm not trying to make myself out to be this like all-knowing seer or something, but like I don't know, man. I just wanted to be honest about like what online gaming was actually like. And so I made the show, Arby and the Chief for Machinima, and I didn't know Machinima obviously was gonna like all fall apart in the end, but I saw the opportunity to just make a show and be honest about what I was portraying, and I did that. And then as the seasons went on, there was a significant format change with season 5, and then I kept going. And especially from that point, as the seasons went on, more and more I wanted to just like be more and more authentic and go deeper, even if that meant going into really disturbing subject matter. And I realized I probably off-put a lot of people with this finale, because there's some, particularly with the character of Adam, there's some really horrifying implications surrounding what happened to him. And when you do a show like this, when it's like so jokey, but at the same time deals with real shit, you run the risk of trivializing the wrong thing. Or it's like, oh, he's treating this like a joke, or he's treating this seriously when he shouldn't, or vice versa, you know. And there are jokes in the finale, obviously, but there's certain things like the situation with Adam that is rooted in genuine trauma. And I knew with that character, Adam, like when I first came up, well, he was originated in season 6, but I always thought, like in the back of my mind, like I could see bringing this character back because his recovery in the juvenile detention center didn't go the way he wanted it to. And I could always see, even at like when I put out that episode, Cradle to Grave, I thought like I could see bringing this character back one day, because I feel like there's more here. And then I ended up making a whole season about him. And the character is so fucked up, and he's doing these horrible things that I knew, like, because when people do horrible things, it almost always stems from childhood trauma. That's just the way it works. And I knew like he had to be traumatized and in pain. And that is an aspect of the episode that I absolutely was not trying to trivialize. Like I was trying to say, like, this kid is a victim, and he's lashing out in a really horrible way. Um, and I'm not justifying like his actions or anything, because I mean the plot is like stupid, right? Because the whole thing with like a bot, like an AI program that can replicate itself and blow up power supplies. I mean, it's stupid, right? I mean, because you could make a power supply explode theoretically through software, but the explosion wouldn't be lethal. In reality, a few sparks would shoot out of the power supply, and that's it. If you were even able to get the software that sophisticated where it could actually do that. I mean, it's a real stretch, because I know a lot about how programming and hardware, like, it's something I know a lot about, but I obviously took a few liberties for the sake of the plot, right? To like up the tension and make it dramatic and compelling and all that stuff, make it like a movie, like an action movie, basically. But I was trying to say something with it, you know, people in pain, because Arbiter and Adam, they're like, you see this in a lot of media. They're like funhouse reflections of each other, where they both have an overlap in their ideology, where they're both seeking meaning in their lives, and they're trying to like, they see that things are out of whack, and they're both trying to like equalize things, make things fair and just, but they're doing it in their own ways, and Adam's way is particularly twisted. And I treated that really seriously. And I hope people got that from it. That I wasn't trying to like make fun of somebody being abused. I mean, it's a tricky thing, my show, because like I walk this tightrope between humor and high stakes. And I always try to make it, I try to be as careful as I can about like, this is serious and this is like the joke thing, right? And sometimes one might bleed into the other, and I'm kind of afraid of that, but that's kind of that's a risk that's inherent to the process, I guess. And in showing people this finale, I was scared, man. Like, I mean, I was relieved that it was done, but it's like, I didn't want to give people the sense that I was trivializing the wrong things. It was really, really heavy subject matter that I was dealing with, but I felt like I dealt with it skillfully enough that I accomplished what I set out to do. And, you know, I joked about the things that should be joked about. I was serious about the things that I should be serious about. And, I don't know, I tried, and I hope I accomplished that. At least I felt confident about that. But then, like, I'm watching the episode again. Like, I've seen the episode, like, infinity bajillion times because I'm editing the whole thing, right? And I'm just watching every scene over and over and over again, like scanning for errors and volume balancing issues and whatever. But then, like, I'm watching it with you guys, and I'm seeing the live chat, and I'm seeing people like react to it, and it's like, I could see like some people were like upset. I mean, I don't think most people were upset. I think most people were willing to give me the benefit of the doubt and say like, okay, well, let's see where he's going with this. You know? And but you know, even if it's just like one person who's just like, this is stupid, or this sucks, or this isn't well executed, or I mean, people are allowed to not like my episode. That's fine. I would just like maybe some positive feedback about maybe where I could improve in the future, if that's going to be the case. But I hoped, I mean, that because that's part of the gamble, right? Is you take a big risk with telling a story like this, where you know, like, this is the finale, people are upset that it's over, and you want to like guide people down this path where you make them think like it's all hopeless, and then you kind of bring it all together in a positive way that they didn't expect, right? Because I feel like it would have been a worse finale if the first half of it didn't go that extra hard in that like negative way, where it's just like, oh my fucking god, this is gonna be horrible, like this is like the worst outcome, like that was intentional, right? Where things go really bad, and then I wanted to pull people out of the muck, and then it's like, oh, it's good, like, well, not in terms of quality, but like things are good for the characters, like things are working out, and not to do it in a way that felt cheap or hacky. But maybe that's inevitable when you do a story like I'm doing here with like the fourth wall breaking, where, I mean, I noticed a couple comparisons in the chat as we were watching this. You know, I'm sure a few of you have seen the show She-Hulk, right? Where it broke the fourth wall. And I could see, when I saw that, I knew like people are gonna like make comparisons from this to that, you know, where it's like, oh, I'm just being lazy with it, I'm just writing myself out of a corner, you know, because I'm too lazy to come up with anything more sophisticated. But that really wasn't what I was trying to do. I feel like I actually earned my way to that ending, because I buttoned up, I addressed all those plot elements as if they were serious. Like there wasn't any fourth wall breaking that could intervene, and like I didn't use it as a Deus Ex Machina, no pun intended. It was an old series of mine. But like, I mean, like the actual narrative device, it wasn't my intention to use it as a Deus Ex Machina to get myself out of a writing corner that I stuck myself in. I thought, I'm going to carry out the story that I've established all the way till its bitter end. And then there's going to be the figurative Stargate at the end of it, like 2001, right? Where it's like you pass through the eye of the needle, and all of a sudden you find yourself at the other end, where it's just like, oh shit. Like I resolved everything on the terms of like the story that was established, and then it's like, okay, you earned your way now to this point where the rules have completely dissolved and anything is possible now. And then all of a sudden the show becomes about much broader things, like the meaning of storytelling and narrative, and putting people deliberately through a struggle for the sake of growth, spiritual growth. Discovering meaning in your life. And that's obviously something I've always struggled with, because I mean, like, I wasn't bullshitting during my monologue. I mean, it's hard not to feel like a fucking loser sometimes doing what I do, because, you know, I talk to people sometimes and it's like they wonder what I'm doing for a living, and I don't think they're trying to be disparaging, but sometimes they'll just be like, oh, are you still doing that Halo thing? And I'm just like, yeah, and I'm kind of embarrassed about it, because like maybe at this point, at 34 years old, I should be like, oh yeah, I work at the top floor of this fucking company, whatever the fuck it is. I work at the top floor of the Arasaka Corporation. I'm a success. And, but where I always found the most fulfillment is my own content creation. And, I can't see myself doing anything different. Like, I know this is what I want to do. I want to just make stupid videos. And I say stupid in like a fond way, you know, because it's not like I don't care about the things I'm putting out, but I know it's stupid. I mean, it's a show about toys. making dick jokes and stuff, but like, it's like, can I take that and make it mean something more than it seems on the surface? And if I can, how fucking cool would that be? You know, it's like, hey, I watched this show with action figures, but it's actually got some shit to say about life, about people making something of their lives. And I wanted to address the ending of season 7 because I mean, I'm proud of my work on season 7. I think it's a good season, you know, of like, I don't want to say television because it isn't, but like a web series, I guess. I thought I did a good job on it. But I felt in retrospect, sometime after, it felt irresponsible because it felt like I was glamorizing suicide because the toys just blow themselves up. But that wasn't my intention. In my head, that was just that was the only way that they saw out of their situation, because it is a unique situation, right? Like, and I wanted to, like, making a show about toys, and the more the seasons went on, I was just like, what would happen if I just treated their situation as seriously as possible? Like, what if they were actually toys who were alive and contemplating their own existence and why they're actually here? What is the logical terminus of that? And Arbiter would obviously feel it more than Chief, because Chief is just like, whatever, if I just get to play the new Halo game, I'm cool. But then Arbiter is just like, well, what does it all mean though? Like, yeah, sure, Halo's cool, but like, why are we actually here? And that was really from the beginning of this season 8, that was the driving idea, was like purpose. Like, they are brought back inexplicably. Why? And it's like, it's not like before, because Arbiter at the end of season 7 knowingly destroys himself, and then they're back, and they know they're back, and they remember their history prior, and so it's like, why are we back again? Like, we killed ourselves, and now we're back again, and we don't know why. And seemingly we have no purpose. And then that idea of trying to fill that void with something, even as reprehensible as sentencing a child to death, was really a driving force for me. I thought that was interesting. Funnily enough, I was inspired by RoboCop 2. So in RoboCop 2, there's one of the, not the main enemy, but like kind of the sub antagonist of that movie is a child mob boss. And it's interesting because RoboCop is programmed to not harm children. And so what does RoboCop do in the face of that, right? Does he betray his programming, or does he not kill the child mob boss and let things run amok? And I thought that was a really interesting idea, and I wanted to kind of build off of that. And it's not even that far-fetched. I mean, sometime into season 8, I remember seeing a news article about like some online white supremacist group had discovered that their leader was a 13-year-old just behind a keyboard, and they had no idea how young he was. And I'm just like, yeah, that sort of thing can happen in this fucking digital age that we're in now, where nobody can see each other's faces. And it was just like, I took that as a sign where it's just like, yeah, I think it's a tough, like, moral story that I'm telling here, but I feel like I'm on to something here. There's something real about this that can be analyzed. You know? I don't know. A bunch of people in the chat are probably like thinking I'm a fucking idiot. I'm just starting to read it now. I've been ignoring it. But, I mean, not... I'll get to the chat. But right now I'm just thinking and just saying my thoughts, you know, because it's easy to get derailed by the chat. But anyway, that was, it's a big, like I came up with the story for season 8 years ago, and I established this outline, and I was just like, I'm going to follow this through to the end. Not everything stayed exactly the same. I mean, there were some changes in like dialogue and specifics, but in terms of broad strokes, it was all preserved. Like, it was just the same broad outline that I established all those years ago. And I always knew it was going to go to this fourth wall breaking sort of thing where everything would dissolve at the end. But I really felt like I can earn my way there. I'm not using it as a way to like escape the narrative that I've established, because I think the key with the success of this is that Arbiter has retained his knowledge of integrating his shadow and sort of touching the evil within himself, and him not ever being able to forget that, and he carries that with him in his life going forward. Even though it's like a brand new life he can forge for himself, he's bringing that knowledge of his inner evil within him, and he's using that going forward to make himself more wise and conduct himself in a more forthright way, I guess. Like, the biggest mistake would have been to have him just forget everything that he learned. That would have been a shitty ending. But I think what saved it is that the toys remember what happened. And in the fourth wall breaking, I made broader points about like introducing myself into it. All of a sudden, my struggle about making something of my life was part of the narrative. And I saw that as valuable. And I felt like it was all... Like, I feel like my show is a really unique case. Like, I feel like in the case of my show, it's one of the only cases where an ending like mine could actually work. Because of how ridiculous the show has been. Like, the premise is ridiculous. Toys come to life. The fact that I was there at the beginning as the delivery man in the pilot, and like the ridiculousness of like Endgame. Like, is Endgame canon? Are the bites canon? The truth is, like, I never knew. Like, I don't know, dude. Make up your own mind. But now I kind of, in this ending, I've kind of enveloped all that, where I get to say now, yeah, Endgame was canon, the bites are canon. It's all just kind of shit that I made up in my own journey to kind of make sense of my own life. And maybe people didn't like it, I don't know. But I feel like most people liked it. I think I'm just letting a few people get to me, as that's what happens. And that's just the content creator life. I mean, being a content creator on YouTube sure as hell has its perks, but then, I mean, it has a lot of perks. I mean, I have a great life. I mean, I'm not always the happiest guy on the block, but I have it pretty good. Like, I'm not complaining that things like could be better for me. I mean, I deal with like depression, but that just never goes away, no matter what. No matter how much money or success you have, it's always kind of lingering there. But the ultimate antidepressant is my work. You know, just making something that resonates with people, and with this 8th season, I wanted to make a case against suicide. Because I remember, especially after season 7, I was getting all these emails from people who were actually on the brink of suicide. I remember I got an email from one person who was just like, I'm going to kill myself on this day and I want you to know about it. And I'm just like, dude, like, I have to like check myself because my instinct is to get angry about it, where it's just like, don't put that on me, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? You're going to tell me you're going to kill yourself and put me in a position where I can actually intervene and say something and do something to change your mind. And then that day is going to come where you off yourself, and then you're going to leave me thinking like I could have done something. And then it's like, how do I help? How do you help these people? And part of the reason for making this season was to make an antidote to suicide, but one that I actually believed in. Not me just blowing smoke up people's asses, but me making a case for like, this is why you should live, no matter, in spite of like whatever obstacle you think is in your way, where you can't live your life to the fullest. I don't know. I wanted to help people like that. And I think I heard back from that guy. I mean, it was a while ago. It sounds insensitive that I can't exactly remember, but I think I heard back from him again, where he just didn't go through with what he was thinking. Because I replied to him. I said, don't do it. Because what else do you say? Like, I'm obviously not going to be like, yeah, go ahead and just get it over with, dude. I mean, that'd be so fucking insensitive. I remember I replied to him and I was just like, don't, man. Because, I mean, I'm sure maybe it's not obvious to you now, but you've got people in your life that care about you. You must, you know. And that, I hope that was the ultimate takeaway from this season, this finale. Something for depressed people who are on the verge of like maybe killing themselves to watch and be like, you know what? Maybe I've got something to live for. That's what I wanted to address, really. And I hope I did that. I feel like I did that. I did that in the best way I know how. And I considered all factors in coming up with this ending. It wasn't just, I didn't pull it out of my ass. I thought, what would be the most satisfying ending that would also accomplish that thing of like making people feel good about themselves, about their own lives. And I took a risk, man. And it's like, that's, I mean, the like I said, being a content creator like me has its perks, but then you put your work out there and you put yourself out there, and then you watch the chat, you watch people responding to your work, and some people don't like it, and it's just like, fuck, man, maybe I screwed up there, maybe I could have done that better. It's sensitive, you know, and it's in moments like that you wish, or I wish that, oh God, maybe I should have just had a regular 9-to-5 gig where I'm just on the phone with people and nothing really matters that much, and I don't have to put myself out there in a sensitive way where I feel like exposed, and I can just do my time and then clock out, go home, and fucking forget everything and play video games. And, you know, being a content creator has its perks, such as being able to make your own hours and just sit at home on your ass editing. And if I want to take a break, I'd take a break. It's no big deal. But it has a few drawbacks. It's not all sunshine and roses. Whether you liked the finale or not, I'm still not really looking in the chat right now, but whether you liked it or not, if you've got some constructive feedback for me, I'd be happy to read it. If you want to leave a comment, you know, type it under the not this stream, but like the episode comments. I mean, I'll read those. I read everything. I read all my comments. I read my emails. I mean, the worst thing would be like people thinking that I thought of it as just like a big joke, that I just pulled an ending out of my ass and I didn't care. Like, that's not the case at all. I really did care about making something relentlessly, like fiercely positive. Like, how do I make the ultimate case for reeling somebody back from the edge where they don't want to take their own lives? Because I knew there's so many people out there like that. Plenty of them have reached out to me, and I've been on the verge of that myself. I've contemplated suicide, but I don't think I'm a suicidal person, because I ultimately see the value in existing, of trying to make something positive of it, and then that creates a ripple effect. And then people, I mean, the amount of people who have contacted me and said like they altered the course of their lives in a significant way because of my content production. It's like, wow, look at what that one guy did with like a camcorder and fucking action figures and video games, you know. And then they changed their lives drastically. They email me and they let me know, and I'm just like, fuck, man. Like, all it takes is just one of those people to let me know that I positively influenced them. And it's just like, that's a huge thing. You know, maybe I'm not fucking wasting my time. Maybe I'm actually making something here that'll be remembered, that'll withstand the test of time. And that's what I hope people, I mean, I already know people, like, they're fans of my show and they rewatch it like every year. And I wanted to make a show like that had that kind of staying power, where people would like watch it and rewatch it again periodically. And I'm just emotional tonight because I'm finally done, you know. Felt like it would never end. And then all of a sudden, I'm done season 8. It's time to move on to something else now. And like for 7 years, like as soon as I would finish an episode, it's just like, okay, I got to get the next one done. I got to start work on the next one. And now it's done. And I've finished it all, and people can watch it and rewatch it, and it's out there. And if I die tomorrow, it's like, well, at least I made that show. Then people can watch it and enjoy it and see something in their own lives, value in their own lives that maybe they didn't before. I don't know what else there is to say. I felt like I got all I needed off my chest. Sorry I haven't engaged with the chat, but I can't. Because even if one person is like fucking with me, then that just throws me off. But now I guess I'll get to all the super chats that people have kindly left. Thank you for that. All the support, really. I mean, Patreon and Subscribestar and the merchandise and just everything. PayPal donations. People have been so fucking generous, and the content would not exist without those people. And that's just the way it is. That's the way it kind of always has been with art. You know, people have had a notoriously difficult time funding their art. A lot of geniuses in history died in poverty, you know. And I always think what my job would have been in like the, you know, the 1600s, 1500s, 1400s, you know, like what would my job, what would the equivalent be of my job, my current job back then? And I'm thinking like I would be like a street puppeteer or a court jester if I was lucky. but probably a street puppeteer with my fucking hat out in the street for change. Where it's just like, hey, you like the puppet show? Throw me a couple bucks. And that's what Patreon is, basically. And I am grateful for it. All the support. And I think, like, I'm so grateful for it that it's just like, fuck, I better be damn good at my job. And I really did my best. I tried to make the most satisfying thing that I could. And maybe it didn't hit all the right notes for everybody, but I don't know what else to say to those people except that I'll try better next time. Because, I mean, I don't really want to go anywhere. I still want to keep making content because it's fun. Even though it involves, like, upsetting myself and thinking about terrible things that happen in the plot. Ultimately, I wouldn't rather be doing anything else. And I've worked plenty of other film jobs, and they all kind of sucked compared to this. So I am grateful for you guys being able to help me do that with my life, to entertain you guys in this way. So thanks. Well, I guess we'll do super chats. Sorry if I rambled too long there, but I don't know what else to say. Felt like it needed to be said. Sorry it was so... Maybe it could have been a bit happier. I don't know. I feel like I've been on the verge of tears for like a fucking hour. And there's people who's probably making fun of me. What a fucking crybaby bitch. Cried through the whole fucking thing. What a loser. I don't know. It's a lot for me, man, right now. Because, I mean, it's finally done. It's like a weight off my mind. I can move on to something else now. Just give me a minute here. Because what I gotta do is find my whole Super Chats, like, history page. Because there's some chats from the previous stream that I want to get to. And, maybe it's... Oh, yeah. Super Chat and stickers activities. See all. Here we go. Okay, I think I got this shit. Hang on. I just gotta scroll down and figure out exactly where we are. Does it go in descending order? Sorry, guys. Just give me a minute. Yeah. Oh my god, there's so many. Thank you so much for all the super chats and shit. I really do appreciate it. I'm just figuring out where exactly I left off. A happy lictor, that was the last chat that I addressed, so I'll just go from there, I guess. So thank you, a happy lictor. The Hands Jailbird for 5 AUD, is that Australian dollars? Says, finale doesn't include Chief and Arby at all, and focuses on a completely different character. No. I mean, I always knew, like, the show was called Arby and the Chief, so I knew, like, from the beginning, like, the finale has got to be fundamentally about them and their relationship, and I think I did exactly that. I mean, the final image of that finale, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the bird's eye view of them hugging is meant to replicate the yin-yang symbol that was shown in the beginning. That was the insignia on the guy's armor plating. So I'm trying to bookend the episode with that imagery. That idea of like balancing the two sides. And them hugging each other. I mean, I couldn't think really of a better final image than that. Because that was one of the first things that I thought of, was just like, what is going to be the final frame of this that's going to fade to black? Like, what is the literally last image that people are going to be left with? And I wanted it to be that like those toys find balance with each other, and they find inner peace finally. And the inner peace is found in striking a balance between themselves, not only externally but internally. Arbiter has found inner peace. Chief, he doesn't have so much of an arc, but he finds peace with Arbiter, you know, and they strike a balance with each other. That was the idea. So, thank you for that. The Hands Jailbird. Rio for $2 says, maybe Arby and the Chief is the friends we made along the way. Maybe. Just maybe. Thank you, man. Daza for $10 says, holy moly, man. It has been an absolute ride from pilot. Were there many times where you found yourself suffering from any kind of burnout and thought that you wouldn't be able to do anymore? Oh, yeah. I remember in season 7, I was ready to throw in the towel. I remember calling my mom, and I was just like, I don't know if I have it anymore. Like, I think maybe I'm done. Like, I should just end it. And she helped me kind of walk back from the edge, you know, and just keep doing it. And then ended up, people really liked the ending of season 7, despite how bleak it was. And in retrospect, I even found it too bleak. And I'm just like, I actually want to address this. I want to make a counterpoint to this ending that I established in season 7, where I make a case for living life despite everything that opposes that idea. So I don't know. Moral of the story, just keep going. Even if you don't believe in yourself, just find something to keep you going. I don't know. Sometimes I found inspiration in watching other movies, you know? I would get tired of my own productions and I would just throw on a movie that I really liked or something and then feel rejuvenated, where it's just like, man, that was such a good fucking movie. And then it's like you find some inspiration and it's just like, I can keep going. I can keep doing my thing. I mean, a big inspiration for me personally has always been Jackass, funnily enough. I mean, I know it's not cinema, but, you know, all the times that I felt like I was fucking stupid and wasting my time making a show about toys, and I'm just like, oh God, maybe I'm wasting my life here. And then Steve-O and Johnny Knoxville are making a living fucking chugging hot sauce through their assholes or diving out of a plane and jacking off in midair. And it's just like, well, they can make a living doing that. I can't make a living doing fucking a show about toys. Whatever. As long as the writing's strong enough, I think I can make it work. So, and I love Jackass, man. I love those guys. So you can find inspiration in all sorts of places, I guess. Hold on. I want to see if I can. I have like a chat window, but I forget where I put it on my monitors. Is this it? I think this chat window is from the episode, not the stream. Hang on. I just want to bring up the global chat, like all the chats, not just super chats. Where the fuck is it? Here we go. Sorry, give me a second here, guys. Just gotta orient my windows here. Okay, yeah, I can see the regular chat and my super chat history on the same monitor now, so I just gotta find my place again. Sorry. Just give me a minute. Sorry if this is late, by the way. I mean, I don't know. It's 8 p.m. where I am, but I realize there's probably a bunch of people watching from the UK, and it's like probably just past 4 in the morning for them now. So sorry if it's late for you guys. So Daza, thank you for that super chat. Grandmaster Mud for $1. No message, but thank you. I think you're also a member too, so thank you for that. The Klooch for $5 says, be honest, John, did you cry or get emotional when making this finale, knowing your series was finally over? You know, I thought I would, but in the process of making it, I actually didn't. The weight of having completed it didn't actually really hit me until just now. You know, live streaming conveniently. That's when it all hits me and I fucking look like a bitch on camera. So, thank you for that. The Klooch. Power Gaming U for $2 says, Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Do you speak German? I figured that's what it meant, but no, I don't. But I could actually like read that first part and decipher what you were getting at. So I guess I kind of do speak German now. Sprechen just seems like speech to me, you know, looking at it. But anyway, thank you for that. Spookatanuki for 2 GBP. What is that, British pounds? Todd and Travis were behind it all. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Yes, you solved the mystery. Todd and Travis did everything. You know, I actually I had a scene with Todd and Travis written for an after credits scene, but I decided against including it because I thought it would detract from the gravity of that final image of the bird's eye view of the toys hugging. I wanted that to be like the last image people took away from the episode, so I axed the Todd and Travis scene. But you know what I am thinking of making? In addition to the finale, is an epilogue. Like just a few minutes long sort of thing that bookends the entire series, where Arbiter or Chief or maybe both have a monologue, and then that kind of is juxtaposed with images of like gameplay and like spicy online chat that kind of gets at a point about online gaming and speaking anonymously and all that. That, I don't know, just like an epilogue that sums up what the show has always been about. I have sort of an idea for that, but I haven't worked out the specifics yet, so that might come down the line, maybe not. I need to think more about it. But anyway, there you go. That's a thing that might come later. Zombie Assault Man for $10 says, thanks for all the great years with this show, man. Do you have any plans going forward with the See Me After Class podcast? I feel really conflicted about my podcast, to be honest. I feel like I spoke really recklessly throughout all 50 episodes in a way where like I probably made a bunch of jokes throughout the episodes where it's just like, oh fuck, that's not really cool anymore. Like you shouldn't say that, or you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say this. And it's kind of embarrassing to look at clips from it, to be honest. And I mean, especially the early episodes. I remember early on, like episode 8 of the podcast, I did an episode where I shouted through the whole thing. Like literally like shouted at the top of my lungs. And the idea was just like, I don't know, it's just like I sound angry and it's funny. And back then I thought it was a good idea. And now in retrospect, I'm just like, what the fuck was I thinking, man? This is like cringe to listen to. But it's like, that's out there now for people to make fun of and think I'm a fucking weirdo. That's like there forever. And you just have to be like, whatever, it's out there, nothing I can do now. And it makes you realize that life is just peeling away one layer of cringe after another from yourself. And there's just more and more cringe with each layer that gets peeled. And then you die, I guess. There's just a non-stop exploration of cringe. It's just like, oh my God, where does the cringe end? Surprise, it doesn't. It's just cringe forever, and then you die. So I feel, I don't know if I want to go back to my podcast. Well, one of the primary reasons being that the chat interaction became so integral that I felt that I could no longer call my streams a podcast anymore, because that's not really what a podcast is. A podcast is you have an idea, a topic of discussion, and then you go in and talk about that thing, and you're not really engaging with the chat. You're engaging with either your own thoughts or maybe a guest that you have on the show. But then once you start engaging with the chat, it's just a stream at that point. It's not really a podcast. So if I were to keep streaming, I would just call it streams and not podcasts. So I don't think it would be called the See Me After Class podcast anymore. I think I would just call it the John Graham Show, or just my name, John Graham. Like you tune in to a John Graham stream and it's just called John Graham. Kind of like, Destiny. He does his streams and it's just called Destiny, and he just has that title title slate at the start. It just says Destiny, right? Kind of like that, where it's just the name of the person, and it's just like them on camera and they interact with the chat. If I keep going, it'll be, in terms of like what to name it, it'll be like that, I guess. John TV, the John Show, the John Graham Show. I mean, that's literally what I wrote on the. It's funny. I made new title graphics. I made a new slate with me with a beard, but that was back when I thought I might stream some more. But then I decided against it, and then I ended up not using any of the graphics until now. So that's why you see, like, in the intro sequence for this broadcast, I had a big beard. So that was filmed way back when I had a beard, and I thought I'd be doing more streaming imminently relative to that point. But then I ended up not, because I was just like, ugh, I don't want to be on camera. But then I changed my mind now, because it's like, well, this is the last episode of Arby and the Chief, so if I'm not going to stream now, then when am I going to do it? I should just do it now. So here I am. And will I stream after this? I don't know. I'm kind of inclined to, like, maybe some gaming streams. Because I don't know if I want to regularly do this kind of thing where it's just literally just me sitting here. Like, I like the idea of playing a video game that I like. And I think what I'm going to do is, like, because I have my new show, Media Biss, where I review stuff, including video games. If I do an episode of Media Biss about a video game, I would like to do a preliminary thing where I not only capture footage of me playing said video game, but I would broadcast that live. So that way I can not only interact with my audience, but I'm also playing a game at the same time and gathering footage for a MediaBiz episode. And then that also acts as like a stress reliever because I've got something to kind of preoccupy myself with the fact that I'm broadcasting myself live. Because that's harder to deal with when it's just me sitting here. Right now, like I'm just dealing with it, so it's fine. And it's like a special event, but in most cases, like I would rather be playing a game right now to just kind of not distract myself, but help myself focus a little bit and like take some of the stress off of being on camera. And yeah, I can get footage that way, and then I can use all that captured footage to make a MediaBiz episode. So maybe I'll do that in the future. And I got a bunch of games written down of like top like games I want to cover in episodes of MediaBiz. And the next one I want to do is like the first episode was Halo, the TV series. The next episode of MediaBiz. Actually, the next episode of MediaBiz, I want to make it about Arby and the Chief. So I'd be talking about my show across multiple tapes. You know how the first episode of MediaBiz was split up across 4 tapes talking about the Halo show? Well, I think the next one will be about Arby and the Chief, perhaps spread across multiple tapes. And then the one after that, I want to do an episode about Sonic Adventure, because I feel like there's some interesting things to talk about there. Because I have a soft spot for that game, despite the fact that it's a glitch bucket, and I feel like there is some interesting things to discuss there. I feel like that thematically, Sonic Adventure is a more sophisticated game than it gets credit for. But that's later. That's later. Okay. So that's what I have in my head. We'll see when we get there. Okay. So, okay, so that covers that. Thank you, Zombie Assault Man. We've got so many fucking chats here. It's unreal. I'm going to be here all night. Fuck. I really do appreciate it. This is going to take a while to get through. But, whatever, I'm willing to do it. I got plenty of, I got some alcohol in here. If you guys are willing to stay, I'm willing to stay. Adam Croucher for £1.79 says, "Bite the foam job. I love you, baby. Kiss, kiss." I get the joke, okay, but I don't want to bite the foam. Because I only have one of these. Okay, so I don't want to get slobber all over it. I don't want to chew it. I was actually thinking of like, this is the finale stream. Maybe I should just like, wouldn't it be a great payoff to just like go, nom, 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 and then chew the whole thing in my mouth to like pay off the joke that everyone's been making. But I don't really want to. Because I got one red tip and one black tip, and I don't really want to chew up either of them. So let's not and say we did. Okay. Thank you anyway, Adam Croucher. Filthy Casual for $10 says, "Thanks for everything, job. Self-publishing my own book next month and started my own doo-doo YouTube channel thanks to you. It helps with the depression. Don't be too hard on yourself. Been around since '08. See, this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, I do my thing, and then people contact me, and they're like, "Hey, I got an idea based on what you do, and I made this thing, and I'm like happy now." And that makes a huge difference to me, knowing that I influence people in that way. You know what I mean? It's satisfying. So, as long as you're doing what you want to do, man, don't chase fucking analytics and numbers and subscribers and view figures. Don't be one of those people. Just make the content that you want to make and let the numbers take care of themselves. That's the secret. You want to know what the secret is? That's it. If you're, I mean, fuck, I'm not doing well even in terms of numbers. I mean, I've seen people comment on YouTube channels with less views and subscribers than mine, saying that they should just kill themselves because they're an unsuccessful YouTube channel fundamentally, because they haven't been able to get to like a, you know, I don't have the success of your PewDiePies or your Hassan Pikers or anything like that. I don't have those numbers, but I am doing what I want to do. And I have faith that in the long run, the numbers will take care of themselves. I don't want to chase around like, it's like, oh, I'll only be happy if I have X amount of subs or X amount of views per video. Like, when that becomes your focus, I think you've ultimately lost. You've lost yourself. Just stay true to yourself and the stuff that you want to make, you know, because I mean, to keep wanting to do this thing, you gotta like live and breathe content creation, and that is me. That's me. I demand that I write and edit and direct all my own stuff, and that's not for everybody. That's a lot of work, and you got to be willing to like put up with that, and I am, because I genuinely enjoy it. Like I said before, it's not all great, but there's plenty of perks to enjoy there, and I do like having that creative control, and I have faith that as long as I am telling the best story that I can, people, even if they don't like it, they will appreciate what I'm trying to do. And I just have to not shovel any shit towards the audience, you know, like respect the audience. That's what I'm trying to say. And tell stories and write stuff that I believe in, that I think is funny or entertaining or whatever. Anyway, that's that. Congratulations on your YouTube channel, man. Stick with it if you enjoy it. I hope it works out. Thank you, Filthy Casual. And congratulations on your book as well. Hard R Cafe. The Hard R Cafe, my favorite cafe, says for $2 says the One Piece is real. I don't know what that means, if that's a reference to the anime. I haven't seen One Piece, the anime, but I've heard good things. Just haven't gotten around to checking it out. But anyway, thank you. Jepeth321 for $10 says, John, fun fact, when season 7's finale came out, I was binge watching the James Bond franchise. Now here I am rewatching the franchise at the time of season 8's finale. I swear to God I didn't plan this. So it's the rewatches have aligned between James Bond and this. You know what's funny? I'm marathoning the James Bond movies now. I've gotten through the first 4. I watched Dr. No again, From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, and Thunderball, and I want to watch all of them. And might sound lazy to you guys, but I kind of want to take it easy this Christmas break. And I'll tell you what I want to do over this December. I want to go to my mom's house, have a nice Christmas, watch all the Bond movies, play my Steam Deck, and play Callisto Protocol. That's basically my dream Christmas right now. That's all I want to do. And if I have an idea for uploading like a Christmas special or something, I'll do it. But I don't have an idea this year for a Christmas special yet. But that could change. I think I need a few days at least to just like think. If I come up with something, I'll do it. But I might just take a break this December and just chill out. I kind of feel like I've earned it. Season 8's finally done, you know? I don't know. We'll see. I'll let you guys know if I come up with something. But anyway, thank you, Japeth321. Oh, my mom got a new dog, by the way. Her name's Daisy. That's the dog that, if you remember the dog at the end of Master Chief Sucks at Halo Infinite Part 2, that's my mom's new dog, Daisy. I took a photo of her and I used that as the Bungie's new direction for Halo. Well, no. Developer Games, they buy the Halo property and they change it. And that's the big joke, right? But anyway, thank you for that. Lily Evans, for $2 says, "You're awesome. Awesome possum." I know. You don't have to tell me. I'm the best around, and no things are ever going to keep me down. Thank you, Lily. Jake Lee, for $10 says, "Hey, John, it's been a wild ride. Thanks for being a part of my childhood. The medium may be abnormal, but the themes and topics your show tackled are nuanced in every good way." Thanks, man. Thank you so much, dude. I hope so, man. Like, I wanted to make a show that could be replayed over and over. I didn't want to make something disposable. So I hope it has some staying power. Super Crazy Man 007 for $5 New Zealand dollars. NZD. I don't know what all these acronyms stand for. I'm guessing here. I'm guessing New Zealand dollars. Dude, I've been watching since I was about 10 years old. Every episode. I'm 25 now. You're the man. Thanks for my childhood. Hey, you're welcome, dude. I'm 34 now. I'm losing my fucking hair. Getting old. Eventually, this is just gonna get sad. I'll turn 40 and I still won't be married or anything. I'll just still be making fucking stupid videos. That worries me. But, you know, I'll just take it one day at a time, I guess. Thanks for that, Super Crazy Man 007. Bowie Sensei, for $2 Australian dollars, says, "Proud of you, Job. Bite the foam one last time." I don't want to bite the foam, okay? Because then I'm going to have to get a new... I don't want chew marks in my foam. And then I got to get a new foam. Okay? Don't make me bite it. Thank you, Bowie. Kyle R, for $50. Holy fuck. "The show is special to people and you're special to even more people." Thank you very much. Again, I just hope the show has staying power. I hope I accomplished that at least with this finale. Because a finale can ruin everything, you know? I mean, Jesus Christ, look at Game of Thrones. Everyone loved Game of Thrones. And then season 8 came out and nobody fucking talks about it ever. And it's just like all that good work. Nobody fucking ever talks about it. It's like the show never existed. That scared me, man. Because it's like, fuck, man. It made me realize, you know, like a finale can really make or break an entire thing. And so I'm just like I second guessed myself with my show, where it's just like, because I had established this outline 5 years ago, right? And then it's like when it came down to actually executing the finale, as I got closer and closer to it, it's just like, maybe this is the wrong way to go. Maybe this is going to piss everyone off and I'm going to ruin the whole show with this episode. And I took a risk. And I hope it paid off. I hope people see what I was trying to do with it. Time will tell, I guess. Anyway, thank you, Kyle R. Romer Migtau, for... It's Romer M, but I recognize the name from before. for $13.37 Canadian dollars. Wow. That's a leet amount of money if I ever saw one. Thank you for 15 years of leet entertainment and many happy faces. Never thought Arby and the Chief would become the masterpiece it is today. The evolution has been masterful. Thank you, brother. Love you. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Chernobyl Pone for $4.99 US dollars says, "Are you still going to make some Amanda and Mr. Cheese bites?" Yeah. Like whenever I get an idea for one, that's what it hinges on. Because what I don't want to do now is lock myself into a whole new like season of episodes where it's just like season 9 now. So this is going to be another 7 years where I got to pay it off with a big finale. Like, no. Now I just want to do like whenever I come up with a single standalone idea, like a Master Chief sucks at something, whatever it is, or a bites sort of episode, I'll do it, but I probably won't call it bites. I think what I'm going to do is just call it Arby and the Chief and then no subtitle. Because I started a Twitter thread about this where I was like, I want to keep doing shorts, but I don't want to call them bites because the subtitle bites is what I came up with back when episode runtimes were intended to be way shorter, like 5 or 10 minutes. But then I started making bites episodes that were a half hour, and it's just like, why am I still calling them bites? It makes no sense. I mean, I suppose relative to like the length of like the current mainline episodes that are like an hour and a half, 2 hours, I guess they are still bites relatively speaking in that they're shorter, but I don't really want to keep calling them bites. And I was thinking like, what would be a good alternative subtitle? And I kind of left it up to the audience. I'm just like, what do you think is a good subtitle? And somebody suggested Beyond, which is actually a title I had considered already. And it's not a bad idea, but I don't know if I want to do that. Like Arby and the Chief Beyond, it sounds kind of lame. I don't know. I'm not shitting on that person. I'm also shitting on myself because I considered the same thing, right? But then I was just like, I don't want to call it that. Like if I were to call it something, what would it be? And then I decided like, well, maybe there should just be no subtitle or no season number. I should just be like Arby and the Chief, and then this is the title of the episode, and then just put that out as a short thing, whatever it's called. I feel like that's the way to go. But I'll put more thought into it. Anyway, there are things coming down the line, so stay tuned for more content. I appreciate it. Jessica Fox for $100 US. Holy fucking shit. Literally, actually, my favorite show of all time since forever. Thank you, less than 3. Thank you, Jessica. That's very generous. Fuck, man. You guys are great. I really do appreciate all these chats. So much money. It's a disgusting amount of money. What right does somebody sitting on their ass have to earn this much money? Just talking into a microphone. This is evil. Should not be allowed. Thank you so much for that. Da Kitty Doonsta for $9.99 US says, "Dear John, loved your work since 2010. Will you reboot One Life Remaining to see Anthony, Chad, and Peter getting into wacky shenanigans? Please be well. Less than 3." That's a series I'm not keen on rebooting. Hard Justice, I feel like I can do something with that. One Life Remaining is just cringe. I really don't like it. I respect that people like it, and I respect that. But it's hard for me to appreciate it in hindsight. I feel like it's a bit cringe. I made the mistake one day of searching myself in Twitter mentions And I saw a bit about One Life Remaining. Somebody had recently watched One Life Remaining relative to when I saw the mention. And they described me and my writing as proto-incel. Like a prototype incelibate is what they were suggesting. And I'm just like, well, I don't know if that's mean or accurate. Because maybe, I mean, the show was written from the perspective of a 20-something male who wasn't getting laid. So maybe that actually is an appropriate term to use. But I couldn't help but be like, ugh, that kind of sucks. A proto-incel. But, I don't know. I guess that's what people make of it. Then I guess that's the case. I don't know. I can't take back the work that I've done. All I can do is do better in the future. And at least in the case of Hard Justice, I have a good idea for a reboot. And I'm working on it. And I want to make it good. So we'll see how that pans out, I suppose. Thank you so much for that. I know some of you are like, I mean, some of the amounts of money here, and it's just like, I get done with your chat, and then you're just like, that's it. That's all I get for sending that amount. And I don't know what else to say except like, because I don't want to linger too much on any one thing, but it's just like, some of you are sending so much, and I really do appreciate it. I promise I will spend it on only the finest cocaine. My nose thanks you all. This lovely cocaine money. Anyway, where were we? Joseph Voskul for $20 says, been a big fan for 12 years. You have provided an incredible source of entertainment, comedy, and heartache. Amazing director, writer, and everything between. Proud to see my name and the credits. Hey, you're welcome, man. Thank you. Thank you all for letting me do what I like to do and earn a living. You know? Really, I mean, I recognize that I'm in an incredibly fortunate position. I mean, I know I talk about my depression and being miserable and stuff, but at the same time, I do recognize the value of my position and how lucky I am to be doing what I'm doing. And I feel like I owe it to you guys to do the best that I can in the work that I do. So I will maintain that if you keep tuning in. So there you go. Thank you, Joseph, and you're welcome. Nick Netherverse for $2 says Mr. Blimbo says chemotherapy reboot. Mr. Blimbo : chemotherapy reboot. Yeah, I feel like that show was a mistake. Media Abyss is the new thing. Okay? Chemotherapy is fetch that I couldn't make happen. I couldn't make fetch happen, okay, guys? So I'm making Media Abyss happen. Media Abyss, like it says on my shirt. What wonderful merchandise. Wow. I bet this isn't I bet you can't own a shirt like this of your very own. But wait, you can if you go to my store on my website or my YouTube shelf. All this can be yours. Tune into Media Abyss. That's the new chemotherapy, okay? Sorry, I lost my spot. Fuck. Oh my god, there's so many super chats. You guys. Okay. JBT for $2 Canadian says chemotherapy reboot. Might be the same user if it's the same question. Like I said, check out Media Abyss. That's basically my new thing. John, I can see the stains. Yeah, I know, okay. I only have one of these, and I was drinking a bit today, and I got some on me, so I didn't have time to wash it. I'm very, very sorry that my shirt is stained and I look like a slob. Winnebago 23? Like Winnebago? Except Winnebago 23 for $5 says, apologies in advance if I unsub when the finale is over. What kind of sick human being would unsubscribe from me? I'll fucking find you. I'll teach you a lesson. That'll teach you to unsubscribe from me. Nobody unsubscribes from me. You fucking kidding me? Apologize in advance if I unsub when the finale is over, just because I forgot it's not Machinima that's uploading it this time. So you would say stay subscribed if I was still working for Machinima. Oh, hooray for Machinima. I wish they were still around, because they managed the company so well. I don't want to get into Machinima. I don't want this to turn into a bitter thing. But anyway, thank you, Winnebago. I appreciate it. Buzzsaw for $10 says, bravo, John. Here's to being a big part of my childhood as well as providing entertainment while growing up. Here's to Arby and the Chief and everything you set your sights to in the future. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I got a lot of content planned. I mean, I've been working a lot on Arby and the Chief and the finale and all that, but across the same time period, I've also been developing a lot of other things, including Hard Justice. So you shouldn't have to wait too long for me to churn out something else. So just stay tuned. I got more shit coming. Thank you. Romer M for $13.37 again. Canadian dollars, says, I was expected to be empty after finale. Instead, it made me filled with hope and a purpose to live. Thank you for 15 years of entertainment and education, John. Perfect outcome. Can't ask for a better outcome than that. That's exactly what I wanted. Because I know, right? Like, people are watching this. It's the last episode. People are sad. It's like, oh God, it's over now. Like, what else have I got to look forward to? Because the entire world is going to shit. And we're on the brink of nuclear war. I don't want to get into politics and all the fucking retarded shit that's going on. I said the R word, it slipped out. I know that's, some people are totally not cool with that, but I mean it in a benign way. I'm just saying the world kind of sucks right now, and everyone likes something to look forward to, and my show being one of them. And it's like, people are not going to have more season 8 episodes to look forward to, because that's been like a thing. Like, oh God, what's the ending going to be? And now the ending's here. And it's just like, it's done now. But I wanted people like you to be left with something substantial, where it's okay that it ended. It's good that it built up to this thing that was big and climactic, and had something to say about life and existence and everything. And I'm glad you took that away from it. I'm really glad. So you're welcome for that. And thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. AJ Lopez for $19.99 says, thank you so much for all the laughs and tears over the years. That finale was incredible, and we appreciate the hell out of you, John. Thank you, man. Also, are you jerking it, son? Is probably my favorite line ever. You're welcome, man. I hope the finale sticks with people, and I hope people rewatch it too. Because I think, if you didn't, there's a lot to soak in there, so you might have missed a few things. Maybe give it a rewatch, give the whole season, the whole series a rewatch, and then you'll see the kind of whole, in watching the whole grand scheme of everything back to back, maybe you'll see things that you didn't see before. And I kind of made the whole show with that in mind, so I hope people rewatch it. Um, Thank you, AJ. Stephen Mystery for $2 says, Job, I want to motorboat your foreskin. Well, like blow it up like a frog's skin or something, like, and then the skin sort of inflates like a balloon around my dick. Great. Well, I look forward to it. Let me know when you want to make it happen. We'll schedule a meeting. Thanks, Steven. Daza for $5 says, Mike is super stuffy and static, mate. Oh, that was probably when we had some problems at the beginning. Sorry about that. I think I fixed it. I think that was a YouTube problem. You know what I think it was? I think I never quit out of Streamlabs, and between the first stream and the second stream, I unplugged the XLR cable and then I plugged it back in. So I think it was something on YouTube's end. And it didn't like the fact that I had unplugged and replugged the sound device in an analog way. I don't know exactly what the issue is, but I feel like it has something to do with that. Anyway, we fixed it. Sorry about that. Thank you. Neko... Oh, no, sorry. Daza, that was the name. Thank you, Daza. SB for $5 says, best ending possible. What a masterpiece. Was so happy to see Agent Smirnoff and so happy to see you stream again. We love you, John. Take all my money. Thank you very much. Yeah, man, Agent Smirnoff, Lemur. I reached out to him. I said, hey, I wrote this stupid thing. You want to help me with it? And he was down, man, right away. It didn't take any convincing. And he came over and we shot it in a day. It took a whole morning and afternoon, basically, but we got through it. And he was a great sport, man. And we exchanged the camera back and forth. So, like, I would be camera operator to get his coverage, and then I would put the camera on a stabilization rig. Well, for both of us, the camera was on a rig, and then I would hand the camera over to him, and then I would get in wardrobe for, like, my Black Hand character with, like, the poncho, which was meant as a blood screen, by the way. And, because he's a messy assassin, and he doesn't want to get blood on his clothes, right? So that was the idea behind the poncho. So yeah, we exchanged the camera back and forth, and I was very meticulous with like the shot plan because I didn't want to waste his time. I didn't want to waste my time. Before I asked for his help, I knew exactly what every single shot of that was going to be. And I was just like, here's the shot list. Here's exactly what I need. I already know in my head how this is going to cut together. I just need to shoot the thing and I just need your help. And he was totally down, man. And he came over and he brought his... He didn't have the same coat as before. So if you remember from Endgame, he had like a long brown trench coat. This time he had like a brown, black waist-high leather jacket, just like cut off at the waist. And I was just like, you know what? That kind of works because it's a bit more of a modern look. And it's like, I could see Boris Smirnoff changing his wardrobe between then and now to a more kind of modern style. So that kind of works. And he brought a prop gun and sunglasses, and he was a good sport about the blood and the teeth. I had ordered, like, for the teeth that get smashed out of his mouth, I ordered resin teeth off of Amazon. And so I pulled all the teeth out of their packaging. I rinsed them off. He threw them into his mouth. And then for the blood, my original idea was to get some V8, like vegetable juice. But he was like, no, dude, it's going to look too liquid and bright red. Like, you got to darken the tone of it, and then you got to make it more gelatinous. So his idea was to get some meat sauce, like tomato sauce, and then mix in some like Jello powder, and then mix it all together in like a thick, dark mixture. And then he threw that into his mouth as well, along with the resin teeth. And then that was for when we were doing that one shot where he spits the bloody teeth out of his mouth. And it's just like, I had the camera, right? And so I'm like, fuck, I gotta get this on this take. And then, but it worked out. Like, I was able to, like, he moved in such a way where I knew where to put the camera, where to point it. And then I pointed it down at just the right time where it spilled onto the floor and you could get a good view of it. So it was a great shoot, and I had fun making that with him, and he was a great sport. So big thanks to Lemur Gimmick for his help with returning as Boris Smirnov, which that was another thing I wasn't too sure about, you know, because the finale deals with such like absolutely dead serious subject matter in regard to like Adam. And then all of a sudden when Boris comes into play, I knew the audience was going to be like, okay, like this is a farce now. And what I was really scared of was that people were going to think I was trivializing the other stuff with Adam because I was doing this ridiculous shit now. But my idea was like they were compartmentalized. You know, that was that part of the episode, and now this is this part of the episode where the fabric of what is real starts to decay, and things become steadily more and more ridiculous. Where it's just like, okay, the fabric of reality is falling apart here, and Arbiter is aware of it. Where it's just like, wait a minute, what? Really? You're back? What the fuck is going on here? And then like everything just decays until they're just in purgatory, and then it's like, what the fuck is happening? And then I come in, right, where I address the toys, and it's like, I feel like I pulled it off, but I knew that it was just like a risk where like I don't know if everyone's going to be on board with this. I don't know if everyone's going to see what I'm trying to do. Especially not there in the moment. But then I guess that's kind of the fun of it, is that you're playing with people's expectations and you're making people deliberately go like, what the fuck is going on? And then by the end, everything becomes clear. It's like, oh, okay. I'm with it now. I see. Maybe, I don't know if that was, I just went with my gut. And I feel like it, for the most part, it paid off. But there's always going to be a few people that you don't satisfy. And I don't know. I did the best I could, really. I tried to tell the most entertaining story that I could. Funny while still being serious about stuff and actually being about something meaningful. Anyway, I rambled on long enough about that. So thank you for the super chat, SB. And so here we go. Let's move on with super chats. Neko Luigi, my eyesight is going, fuck me. Neko Luigi 2001 for 10 Australian dollars says, simply amazing finale job. Thank you, John. Wow, he actually called me John and not Job. Thank you for using the N instead of the B. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you for the super chat. Damian Cortis for $5 says, you get my first ever super chat. As an aspiring creator, your passion and hard work is inspiring. Loved Arby and the Chief. Will love to see what you do next. Cheers. Thank you so much. First ever super chat. Wow. Ray Swore for 50 Canadian dollars. 50 Canadian cuckbucks. Wow. Hey, John, I just want to say that I've been trying to create something of my own, but the means have been complex but possible, and it has been burning me out. But you've given me and a lot of these people the one thing that the world is low on: hope. That's beautiful. Thank you, man. Yeah, I mean the season and the finale is about hope. So I'm glad you took that away from it. And the idea was to give people hope in a way that wasn't just blowing smoke up their asses, like I said, you know, like hope coming from a genuine place where people can like feel good about the fact that like, yeah, like there is things to feel hopeful about in life. And yeah, I can make something of myself. Yeah, I can accomplish this thing or that thing, whatever it is. You know? So, you're welcome and thank you. Very generous. You all are. You're all great. This is too much money. This is shocking amount of money being thrown at me here. Prime Media for $20 says, thank you, John, for the most ending of all time, for the most show of all time. Well, you can't deny that Arby and the Chief is one of the shows of all time. Can any one of you deny that? I don't think a single one of you can deny the fact that Arby and the Chief is, in fact, one of the shows ever made. I challenge you. Can anybody say otherwise? I don't think so. See? Thank you. Yeah. And the people who have been there since the beginning, yeah, thanks. I mean, it's been a long haul, and I hope I tied everything together. Not just in terms of season 8, but the whole thing, you know, in the grand scheme of like starting from season 1, because that was the idea. That was part of it. It's like, how do I not only button up season 8, but the entire, like everything, including Endgame, how ridiculous it got on all its tangents. And it felt like the way I ended it was the only real way to do it, to do that. Time will tell. Anyway, thank you, Prime. Really appreciate it. Sebastian Willows for $5 Canadian says, hey, John, you're a big part of why I got into writing coming out of high school. I've graduated university now, and I just want to say you're the best. Smiley face. Well, it's true. You know, I am the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep me down. Thank you, Sebastian. SB for $2 Australian says, did you get to see the previous super chats? Well, I think I'm covering everything right now in order that they were received. Like, I'm not just looking at the current chat, I'm looking at the log for all super chats received across all streams. So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna address everything here. So no worries. If you did send a super chat and for some reason I don't see it, send me an email or something and we'll figure it out. Rose Graham for 10 British pounds says, I grew up watching Arby and the Chief since I was 12 back in 2008. I watched it from start to finish over the past 14 years. I want to thank you for making this wonderful series. I loved it throughout. You're welcome, Rose. Thank you. Very nice of you. Timothy Coombswell. If that is your name, I'm sorry, but it's I feel like that's a troll, but if it's not, I am actually sorry if that's a real name. I'm so sorry. Timothy Coombswell for $27.99 Canadian dollars says, 10 out of 10, John. This was the most beautiful conclusion to a story I've ever witnessed. It wasn't corny, it wasn't over the top, it was the right amount of everything. I hope you succeed in whatever you plan to do next. Thank you. Yeah, I mean that's part of the trick. Is the whole thing is a balancing act. It's like walking across a tightrope, you know? between comedy and tragedy. And I mean, that's the case in a lot of different media, different movies, series, but I feel like it's especially tricky in my show because the jokes are so ridiculous. And then on the flip side of it, the subject matter is so serious that it's like, I gotta walk this line really fucking carefully because I risk trivializing, I risk making light of things that shouldn't be made light of, you know? Or people not laughing when they should be laughing. Like, I put a lot of work into like making sure people are laughing at the things they should be laughing at and not laughing at the things they shouldn't be laughing at. That's a tricky thing to accomplish in my case, but I think I do it well enough that people understand. I mean, if I don't exactly hit the mark, they at least know what it is I'm trying to do. Okay, I think Timothy said that is his real last name, and I feel bad now for laughing, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... I don't mean to make fun of you. That's I really do appreciate the super chat, and it is kind of a funny last name. I'm sorry, but I really do appreciate you watching and the comment and all that. Thank you, Jake NH for $5 says, first ever no donation. You've earned it. Finale was nothing short of a masterpiece. Your years of hard work mean the world to us. It is not, John. Okay. So I can laugh. Coombs well. Oh my god. That's a good troll. I like that name. Cause Coomer, right? It's funny. Coomers, doomers, zoomers, all that new age internet lingo that we're all familiar with, I'm sure. Sorry, I interrupted myself there. Your years of hard work mean the world to us. Never quit. God bless, says Jake NH. And thank you. I'm glad you liked it, man. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I tried hard to make something that would resonate, and I hope it'll at least be, if people don't appreciate it in the immediate present, I hope it's something that people will rewatch and appreciate over time and see what I was trying to accomplish. Thank you, man. MV for $50 says that was beautifully ridiculous, John. Thank you for creating. Thank you. Again, like I said, very tough line to walk sometimes between something so ridiculous and so serious at the same time. Like on paper, this show should not work. But in my own stubbornness, part of my stubbornness is the show, where it's just like, no, I'm gonna make this fucking work. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Like the controversy, the apprehension towards of like, will this actually succeed? Like, that's part of it. Where it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna make it work. Watch me. There's a bit of there's a cocky, shit-eating grin sort of confidence that goes into the recipe, and but you have to balance that with discipline at the same time, and just I hope that it worked, and I guess it did for most people, so that's a relief. So thank you. Meow Meow Choco Chow for $19.99 says, $599 says, John, it's been a journey. No, it's $19.99 says, John, it's been a journey, and I felt that in the scene where you talk to the toys. Been an honor to share the journey with you since 2007. You created something beautiful and inspired me to write as well. Love you, man. Less than 3. Oh, you're welcome. That, so I know I'm going to be here all night, but I'm actually prepared to take the time to get through all of these if you guys are willing to sit here and listen to me drone on. So But I actually have something to say here about that scene in particular, where, like, I wrote that scene, right, with me talking to the toys, and I'm worried because it's like, are people, maybe this is like cringe because I'm talking to action figures, and people are going to be like, this is fucking ridiculous. You wanted me to take this seriously? Come on. But I felt if I just treated it with if the emotions were right, then I could do it. I could pull it off. But the problem is, like, it was, the emotions were genuine when I wrote the scene, right? And then the scene is written. But then when you hand that script off to another actor for a different production, let's say, then that actor can approach the material in a more genuine way because it's the first time they're reading it and it's someone else's material. But because I wrote it and I'm also performing it, there's that risk of, like, maybe this is going to come across as ingenuine because I already know the entire scene, and I'm just like, people are going to think the emotions are fake. And it's like, I really tried my best to not lean too much into it, make it too emotional, where I was like tearing up too much and it would just be like sobbing and then cringe in that way. But if I just cite the lines honestly, then even though I know how the scene is going to play out, if I just let the emotions come naturally, then it won't matter that I wrote it in advance. Like, I don't know, it's tricky maintaining the genuine aspect of it, because you're kind of, you write it and you rewrite it, and then you do multiple takes of the same shot and the same scene, and then it's like you run the risk of losing the emotional integrity of it. And it's just like, well, you're just acting. This is lame. I ended up going with the first take. I did multiple takes of that, and in successive takes, I leaned further into the emotion too far. But I didn't realize it was too far until post-production, where I looked at all the footage and I'm just like, you know what? The first take of this is actually superior because it's more restrained and it feels more genuine. And I ended up going with the first takes. Because at first, when I first recorded the shots, the first takes didn't feel emotional enough. But then in retrospect, in post-production, it felt like just the right amount. So that's an example of how your perception can kind of change throughout the course of a production. You know, it's kind of like that saying, like, if anybody who knows anything about film will tell you that the story is written 3 times over in writing, in production, and in post-production. You're telling the same story 3 times, and each of those phases you have a different idea of how it's going to turn out, and you just go with the process, right? Like, once everything's shot, you're in post-production, you're in editing, you're cutting it all together, you're just like, okay, I'm telling the story again, basically from a fresh perspective. And it's just like, how do I make the most out of the footage that I have here? Never mind what I initially thought was going to work. How do I make this work based on the footage that I have here concretely? And the story gets told 3 times, summed up. Drunk talk? Come on, I'm making sense, right? I'm not drunk anyway. I mean, I've had a few drinks, but I'm not drunk. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. MV, I really appreciate it. $50. That's awesome. Oh, sorry, I just read Meow Meow Choco Chow's chat. My bad. $19.99. Thank you so much for that, dude. Jiggle Slinky for $20 says, whatever the future holds, you have my support. Thank you. Well, thank you, man. Stay tuned, because I don't plan on stopping making stupid videos until I'm dead. So you can at least count on me uploading something in the future. Stay tuned. Oh, well, then you're just... I'm not out of it. I'm making sense. Stop gaslighting me. Fanimations with a PH, spelled with a PH, for $20 US. No message. Thank you very much. Very generous. Peter Johnson for $50 US says, for all the back years of entertainment, John, you've earned so much more. I'm really proud of you. Raising a glass to you now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Peter. The X store for $5 says, I'm not caught up. Still at season 6. You're a goat, man. What an incredible tale. The goat of all time, you might say. Not only is Arby and the Chief one of the shows of all time, but I am also the goat of all time. I am one of the directors of all time. Did you know that? I bet you didn't. Thank you, the X Store. Lily Evans for $20 says, thank you for the good memories and doing all you have done. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Ken L for $15 says, I can't give much, but here's $15 for 15 years of hard work, 15 years of laughs, 15 years of inspiration, Deus Ex, Hard Justice, Arby and the Chief, all of it. You really inspired me to create. It mean the world to me. Hey, $15 is plenty. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Ken. Stay tuned. There's more coming. Castle is Doomed for $5 says, your series and drive to create is and always has been super inspiring. First time ever doing one of these. Hope it's good. Thank you. Hope it's good. Like your donation? Of course it is. Maybe you're talking about my finale because you haven't seen it yet. I hope you enjoy it. Kiro for $1.99 USD says, I really liked Alan's character. He was really cool. Yeah, Alan stands out in that way. He's not like Alan, but Alan is very unique in his own way. He really stands out from the rest. Alan is really a unique force. Definitely not like the other Allens. Anyway, thank you, Kiro. Mootroid X Productions for $10. No message. Thank you very much. I think you've donated already. And you've made further donations going forward, but we'll get to those. But thank you. Major Beef Taco for $19.99 says, John, I have watched your content my whole life. Parentheses, just turned 27. Truly my favorite show. You helped carve my comedic persona and vocabulary throughout my life. My friends and I grew up with Arby and the Chief. I appreciate you. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Age is a state of mind, or being old is a state of mind. You know, I'm 34, but I still feel like I'm 15 in my brain, my stupid juvenile brain, you know, and I'm always thinking about stupid jokes and how things are, the gears are always cranking, trying to make a joke out of something, even if I'm just in conversation with anybody at a social thing. Like, I'm always trying to come up with something funny to say. And same with like creative projects. I'm always thinking of dumb stuff to make. And it's nice that I have that time opened up now to like explore those ideas, because for the past 7 years it's just like, oh, I'd like to do that, but I really gotta do this season 8 and finish this off. But now it's nice to like entertain these different ideas that I have, you know. So I'm looking forward to making like comedy shorts and stuff. But yeah, I think I need to take a bit of I need to relax first. I'll probably come out with a new thing soon, but I think I need to take at least a few days just to sit and like gather my whatever. Just think about what it is I want to do immediately. Like whether it's just work on Hard Justice or maybe like I got an idea for some shorts. Or I got some ideas for some shorts that I want to do, like funny things. So I might do that first. Anyway. Thank you. Thank you, Major Beef Taco. Mootroid X Productions for $20 US says the jokes are the only way to make it real. Life is absurd. Nothing is poignant. You'll go through the worst day of your life and you'll still have to take a piss after. Sent it wrong the first time. Here it is again. You'll go through the worst day of your life and you'll still have to take a piss after. Well, people do need to piss. It's just you do need to deplete your body of waste. So but I think I know what you mean. Life is kind of a joke. And sometimes you can't do anything but laugh. And I like to make people laugh, so I'll keep doing it as long as I know how. Thank you. Sir Clowns a lot for $5 US says, big fan, John. I'm happy to see you live again. Never experienced the glory days of See Me After Class live. Sad face. Be proud of Arby and the Chief, John. You are an inspiration. God bless. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, did you? You didn't say thanks. I said you're welcome anyway. That's like that One Life Remaining joke where Anthony thinks another person said have a good day and he says you too, but he didn't actually say, the other person didn't say the thing that prompted that response, and then he like has an internal moment where he cringes. It's like that. But anyway, I get what you're saying, and you're not missing out. See Me After Class is a cringe, terrible podcast, so don't listen to it. It's awful. Thank you. Brent Paul for $5 US says, just want to say you're a legend, John. You're seriously a hero of mine. Thanks so much for all the great work you've done. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Thank you, Brent. Stay tuned. Got more stuff coming down the line. Tony R for $20 US says, you took a camcorder and a couple of action figures and made something that touched the hearts of millions. That's friggin' impressive. Thank you for 15 years of clever jokes and hard work. Always know that you matter. Well, that's what it's all about, right? Everyone wants to matter. Yeah. And I hope everyone realizes that. And if you didn't before, I hope you realize it now. Everybody has something to offer. It might not be immediately obvious to you, but I think everybody has something to offer. You just gotta figure out what you're good at. Everyone's good at different things. And then you need the time to explore and zero in on whatever that thing is, and then take advantage of it. And for me, like, I was lucky enough to like figure it out early that, like, when I first saw my earliest recollection of like my favorite movies or video games, I'm just like, this is what I want to do. I want to make shit like this. That became abundantly clear to me like right then. It's just like, that's what I want to do with my life. Like, I want to make something. I want to make a cool movie or a series or a video game or something. I wanted to be in entertainment. I knew that much, but I didn't necessarily want to be like, I didn't want to go Hollywood necessarily. I mean, I'm sure back then I had my illusions of Hollywood, making it to the big time, as they say, but I feel like that's all an illusion now. And the need for the middleman is now gone because of the nature of technology. You know, the way YouTube works now means that I can just make whatever and have a direct connection to you guys, and you guys can cast whatever I make to your screen at home. And then it's like I don't even need a machinima or anything like that, you know, like a middleman. Like back in the day, if you wanted to have a movie made in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, whatever, like you needed to have a studio deal, and then you would get to use their cameras and shit. But if you didn't have that deal, you weren't gonna find that equipment to accomplish that. You had to like, you needed those deals to like get something made and seen. But now we live in a strange new world now where everybody has the means of making something, of making like a film or a video game. You know, you got plenty of single person game devs who just make their own game from home and then sell it on Steam, or you got content creators making shit at home and putting it on YouTube, and people can immediately ingest it. Like, it's not how it used to be. It's different now. You don't need these middleman sort of agencies, multi-channel networks, whatever the fuck. You just make what you want to make and put it out there because the means are there to get it distributed. We live in a society. Yes. Anyway. You should all make your own stuff, whatever it is. Figure out what you're good at. Take advantage of it. Anyway. Where was I? SB for 10 Australian dollars says perfect amount of screen time with everyone and good resolutions. It was in character for Arby to jump into the abyss. Nice to see Eugene in there. And that was a callback to season 7. If you guys noticed, the cave that Arbiter and Chief talk in, that was in season 7 where they actually talked in terms of like the realism of the story. Like, they did use that part of that map's environment to talk, and then that same part of the environment was also used in the case of the finale in a figurative way to represent a mental sort of abyss, where you have the overarching binary between taking the high path and the low path, between existence and non-existence, and non-existence is treated as the same water pit that they actually talk in season 7 in a non-figurative sort of way. So I thought that was really cool, repurposing the map in that way. I hope that was appreciated. It's one of the many things, little things that I introduced that I hope fans of the show remember and like appreciated. So I was always looking for little opportunities like that to repurpose like old stuff, like from past seasons of the show. It's like, how can I make that work in like a different context? Anyway. Thank you, SB. VS12 for 10, I can't talk, $10 says, I don't typically do super chats, but this is an exception for me. You've created something great, and don't let anyone ever tell you any different, man. You've made my day. We love you, bro. You're welcome, man. Thank you for making the exception of sending me a super chat. I really appreciate it. Kagan of Tyrannistan. Well, I want to make sure I read these right. Kagan of Tyrannistan, yeah, for 10 Australian dollars says, Arby and the Chief in LA2 when? Oh, fuck off. Arby and the Chief in LA2? It should never have been a 1. I should have said no to the first one. But I was burnt out. It was a lesson learned, you know? Because I didn't want to, at that point, I didn't want to make more. I was just like, whatever. You want to keep this train going, you go ahead and make it. At that point, I didn't give a shit. Because I was burned out. And then they made Arby and the Chief in LA. And everyone was like annoyed. Because they were like, what the fuck is this? And then I felt embarrassed. And then I was just like, well, I'll take back the reins and then try to fix it. And then I said, never again. And, you know, I'm independent now, so there's that. Los Angeles. Hey, I'm in the toys. Arby and the Chief. If you love Arby and the Chief, you're gonna love them in Los Angeles. Because Los Angeles is where all the cool stuff happens. That's where all the cool people are. You're gonna love... If you loved Arby and the Chief before, you're gonna love Los Angeles. That's what everyone in LA does. If you look around, they all just move their heads like this. Hey, how's it going? I'm in Los Angeles. I see you're in Los Angeles too. Welcome to Los Angeles. Where were we? Sorry. Thank you, Kagan. Saturated for 10 US dollars. Says 15 years ago, feels like a dream. Glad you're still here. Reminds me it was real. Love you, John. Hey, you're welcome. Reminds me it was real. Well, 15 years ago feels like a dream. Glad you're still here. Reminds me it was real. Okay, I see what you mean. It took me a while for some reason to absorb that. I get what you're saying. You're welcome, dude. Thank you. Stephen Mystery for 10 US dollars says, John, I see you as one of the all-time greatest filmmakers, not just YouTubers, alongside Kubrick, Spielberg, Wells, come on. Coppola. People make art with whatever means are available to them. I less than 3 you. Hey, thanks, man. I do wonder if what I might have made if I did go that route, where like people saw maybe some talent that I had, and it's just like, hey, you want a studio deal? Hey, we got a script here. Like, I don't know. I hope this is the path for me. Like the sort, because I kind of just feel like that's the way content creation is going now, where everyone is just kind of working independently. I feel like, broadly speaking, the need for the middleman or an agency of some sort is just going to the wayside steadily. And I feel like that's happening in the cases of a lot of things, like education, for instance, where people have services like what's it called, Skillshare and shit like that, where people just, or Wikipedia generally, where people just teach themselves how to do some shit at home. And then it's like, what is really the need for going to college at this point if you're learning all the things you would? I mean, I guess the only thing missing at this point is just like having a teacher there to like directly communicate with you one-on-one to teach you the fine details of how to do something. But I feel like if you want to learn how to do something or get something done, it's entirely possible to teach yourself from home. So there's a lot of possibilities now for people accomplishing things from home than there ever was. But anyway, it's just my feeling on it. Thank you for the super chat for Stephen Mystery. Thank you. Francisco R for 99 US dollars, 99.99 specifically. John, you did something really awesome that thousands of people loved. That's a bigger accomplishment than most people could ever wish for. Please never forget that. Thank you for everything, dude. You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And, you know, it's, like I said, it's not over. I still want to make shit, so stay tuned. Thank you, Francisco. Mootroid X Productions for 5 US dollars says the work you do is far, far more important, meaningful, and lasting than any dead-end office job designing internal memos and trading stocks. I mean, I don't look down on anybody who has a position like that. You know what I mean? Like, a job's a job. God, even if it's just like bagging trash and throwing it out, it's just like, that's a job that needs doing, and it's good that somebody's there to do it. And whatever job people can get, if people are working, I respect that, and I'm lucky to do what I do. So I'll do my best. I'm lucky to have the position I have, and I'll do the best I can to make cool shit. So thank you. Mootroid. Oh, sorry, I read that one already. Ron S for 10 US dollars says, John, you are the reason I pursued creative writing. Thank you so much for creating and continuing the show all these years. Great episode, an amazing season. Thank you very much. Again, yeah, like, you know, hearing from people like this, where it's just like, they changed the course of their life because of me, because of my stupid videos. Like, somebody else's life changed fundamentally, where they're on like a brand new course. Like, that's kind of mind-blowing to me. And it's like, cool, man. As long as you're doing what you want to do, and you feel like you're accomplishing something, you know? Because I've worked, like I said before, I've worked a lot of different film jobs, and nothing compared to my own content creation. I felt like that was just the right fit for me. I mean, I'd ultimately, in the long term, make more money doing like a film job as like a grip, like working electrics, or like a key grip or a grip or a whatever, assistant director, but I wouldn't be nearly as happy. So I'm very grateful for the creative fulfillment that this position provides. As hard as it is sometimes, but a lot of the time it doesn't feel like work. Like, when I write stuff, Arby and the Chief, Hard Justice, when I'm just in the script writing phase, that actually isn't work for me. It doesn't feel like work. It is work. It's difficult, but it's fun. It's liberating. It doesn't feel like a chore. It's like something I want to do. Like, I do that just to relax, to just get lost in my own worlds and like come up with something cool. Like, that's like time off for me in a way. I think other people think of it as a job, but I don't know. To me, it's like a luxury. And I always try and like keep it that way. I always try to make my writing fun. And if I'm writing a script and it's not fun, then I figure there's a problem and I need to go back to square one and develop things from the ground up and construct scenes in such a way where it would be fun to write. And then all of a sudden I feel like I'm on the right path. I'm just like, okay, this is sweet. Like, when I get to shooting this will be actually awesome. And then it's like energizing. You feed off of that energy. You coast on that to like get you to the final product. That's what helped me make an Arby and the Chief, for sure. Because I knew at the end, like, I feel like I've got something here that really works. Like I said, like 7 years ago when I first outlined season 8, like, I knew in terms of broad strokes, I knew where everything was headed. I knew about Adam. I knew what his ultimate fate was going to be. I knew what the end game was going to be. I knew how everything was going to break down. Like, I had all that in mind, and I was building up to that deliberately. And I thought very carefully about whether that's what I wanted to do or not, and I ultimately decided that I did. And then I just kept on that course, and I just kept going. And it made it fun, because I always knew that was at the end of it, and I figured it was going to pay off. I'm glad I was right, because at times it really felt like a gamble, like maybe this is not the right thing to do. So I'm glad it worked out. I think most people enjoyed it. We'll see. I haven't looked at the likes on the finale yet. I haven't looked at the comments. Maybe it's been disliked into oblivion. Oh, wait. YouTube got rid of the dislike counter. Remember that, guys? For the sake of my mental health. Good old YouTube. Thinking about the mental health of their creators, right? Because that was the sole reason they did that. Anyway. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it, Mootroid. Oh, and Ron S. That was the last one I read. Sorry. Saber1105 for 10 Canadian dollars says, more people in this chat than a Sunday church mass. John, you've made this mean so much to so many. So much so to many. But I think you meant to so many. Thank you for everything over all these years. Can't thank you enough. The Church of John Job Graham is now in session. You are my church followers. This is like a cult. The cult of Job Graham. Thank you, Saber. Sir Clowns a lot for 10 US dollars says, bring back See Me After Class. Bring back See Me After Class. Seriously, you are good on camera, John. Dying to hear the See Me After Class stories you hinted at, but never got around to telling. John, you're not a smooth brain. You have all the brain wrinkles. Thank you. Like I said, if I do stream in the future, I won't call it a podcast because I feel like there's too much chat interaction. I don't think podcast is the right term to use anymore. But we'll see how I feel about streaming in the future. I'll let you guys know if I do. But thank you for the interest. I appreciate it. Sir Clowns a lot. Thanks. Doldillic, yes, for 20 US dollars says, John, I've turned it. They start off with a single word and a period. John, period. John. I've tuned in to your content since I was 7 and loved everything I saw. The See Me After Class podcast really helped me throughout high school. I'm 22 now. You're a big inspiration to me in many ways. Love you, man. No homo. Winky lion face. I always say lion face when I see a 3 for the mouth, like a hamster mouth. Just because, like, I've always had Chief say that. It can be lion face, hamster face, cat face. I mean, whether it's colon 3 or uwu, they're both referring to the same kind of, like, animal face, right? Like your mouth kind of curves in that anime sort of way, or goes up and down and up again. I always call it lion face, but I don't know, maybe, I don't think lion face is commonly used. I don't know what people would generally refer to that as, but anyway. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm glad you like the podcast. I really don't like my podcast, if I'm being honest. I mean, I know people like my old shit, my podcast, but I find it cringy to watch my old clips of my old podcast. I feel like it was too edgy, too spicy. But maybe it's good that I was honest. I don't know. it just makes me cringe. I wish I didn't feel that way, but I just do. Anyway, but I'm glad you got a kick out of it. Thank you, Dolulik. King of Snake for $10 says, fantastic ending. Favorite part had to be the callback to the cave scene between Eugene and Arbiter. Themes of suicide and faith are very personal to me, and you handled them perfectly. Thank you, John. Oh, thank you. That's a relief. Yeah, I mean, it was tricky. I hoped that people would think I was handling them well, because I am kind of like I said, it's a balancing act, because you don't want to trivialize the wrong things. But I feel like I approached it in a disciplined enough way that people could see what I was getting at. Even if I was making them laugh at dark shit, people could see my intent. Like, I do actually sympathize with that mindset of feeling like you're on the edge of hopelessness, and my intent is to like help pull people back from the edge and remind them that there's things worth living life for, I guess. Anyway, thank you. SB for $2 says, I could really hear the Jordan Peterson influence. There is a bit of that in there, yeah. The idea of like, we're here to like do things, right? Because we have these brains composed of two hemispheres, and because each hemisphere of the brain is responsible for different function, and they're both part of one complete organ, being the brain, they work in conflict with one another. And so what does that mean, right? We're meant to manifest decision and action from the processes between those two hemispheres, and we manifest things into the world as a result of that interaction. And what do we do with that? And you can either manifest positive or negative things, the way I see it. So I see what you mean. But I feel like Jordan talks about things that I have also always considered to be true. Like, I hear him say those things, and it's like, yeah, that is how it is. And then I kind of phrase it in a similar way. And I don't feel like any part of that is ideological. I feel like that's just the way it is. And it helps solidify the idea that there is something to live for, you know, because I'm not just pulling something out of my ass. I don't know, that's just the way I feel about it. I know everybody doesn't like Jordan. Probably a bunch of you in the chat probably don't like him. But I still like him. I respect the things he says about archetype and meaning and all that stuff. And anyway, yeah, there is a bit of influence there. Thank you, SB. I really appreciate the chat. The Klooch for $5 says, is there a way to look at your outline for season 8? The fact you stuck to it for all these years makes me curious how you outlined it. Oh man, there's like a million different documents. I read a chat there. I got confused. People are talking about Jordan still. Regarding the documents, yeah. For the outline. Like, there's notepad documents, there's a bunch of different files from different programs, like Movie Outline or Outline 4D, or just a variety of different programs. Scrivener, I'm sure there's a few Scrivener file types. That's a different writing program. A lot of them are notepad, though, just simply like text documents. I just use Notepad and Notepad++ now, basically. And there's an app on my phone that I forget the name of it. I think it's Writer Pro or something like that. But it's just a basic writer application that saves and reads and writes TXT files. And the reason I do that is because I can reliably open up that same file with a multitude of programs on any system, regardless of what it is, whether it's my phone or my PC or my laptop or whatever. I don't have to worry about not being able to open up a certain file type because I don't have the specific program installed. I don't have to worry about that shit. And everything gets saved to my my cloud storage, and I can open up the same text files from multiple devices via the cloud. So I've streamlined the whole thing to make it as easy as possible for me to jump between different devices and just edit a simple text document. So yeah, there you go. There's too many files to share, and there's a lot of brainstorming and weird, like, I don't know if I'm comfortable sharing all, like, the blueprints of everything that went into the development. But I'll tell you, there's just a lot of files. And a lot of, like, brainstorming and flawed ideas and things that didn't come to fruition. And lots of different versions of the same outline written over and over again. You know? There's a lot there. But anyway, you don't want to go through all that. Trust me, it's boring. Anyway, thank you for that. The Klooch, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Beast Gamer 1337 exclamation mark for $10 says, John, I just became parentless. Oh my God. And this episode was heavy. I'm having a really hard time, but the episode was perfect. Thank you so much for this. I hope you never forget how awesome you truly are. Fuck, I don't know what that means, but that sounds heavy. And I'm sorry for whatever it is you're going through. But I really appreciate the contribution. Thank you. SB for $2 says, The Last of Us 2 Mediabiss review when? Love your EFAPs. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I really enjoy going on EFAP. I mean, I guess it's not for everybody, considering the length that they talk and the amount of detail they go into, but I mean, I'm all for that, man. I enjoy talking about film and video games or whatever to an insane amount of detail for a long period of time, and I don't often get to talk that way about stuff that I care about, so it's nice to have an excuse to on like a podcast like that. And they do go into a lot of detail, and I'm quite happy to go on there, and they're just nice dudes, I think. And Last of Us 2, yeah. I don't know if I want to... I thought about making that one of my early episodes, but I don't know. Because I've seen people make the Last of Us 2 videos where they give a positive review of it, and they just got review bombed. But that was back when the dislike counter for YouTube videos was still there. So, I guess that's not really a factor anymore, but I remember it bummed me out just seeing people expressing their genuine like for that game. But there's this huge swath of people that they don't just dislike that game, but they fucking hate it, like venomously. And I don't understand. I understand why people don't like The Last of Us Part 2, but I don't quite understand the sheer amount of hatred for it. That is perplexing to me. And for that reason alone, I'm interested in making a video about it. But maybe I'll get a few episodes in the can first about me talking about other shit, and then maybe we'll build up to The Last of Us Part 2, where people might be in the mindset of like, well, he does kind of know what he's talking about, so maybe he has something to say about this that's positive and respectable, because I do like that game. But if I just came out the gate in regard to Mediabiss with praise of The Last of Us Part 2, people would be more inclined to be like, this guy's a fucking idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You know? Um, I like the game. People don't. That's fine. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. So I really do find it fascinating how divisive that game has been. So I would like to do a video on it just for that reason alone. But I'll do that later. Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, thank you. Glad you enjoy the podcast and everything. Inxus, I don't know how you say that. For $20 says it takes someone really talented to make you forget the fact that someone is just moving around toy figures and see them for something more than that. Thank you for sticking through to the end. It's gonna be K. God is good, John. Thank you. You reminded me of the other takeaway that I hope people absorb from this show, which is that I don't have a cast or a budget or extravagant sets or anything like that. I made a compelling show just with a consumer grade digital camcorder and some editing software and some imagination and some action figures, and that's it. So I think if you care enough about making something cool, you can do it. You just got to find a way to do it. And it's all in the writing. Teach yourself how to write. If you want to do this kind of shit that I do, prioritize that. Pick up a screenwriting book and like the Sam Field books. He writes a bunch of books on the basics of screenwriting. I found those really valuable. So pick up something like that and just teach yourself the basics and then build off of that. You know? Anyway. You're welcome. Generalv? I've seen your name before and I always mispronounce it. I'm just not sure how to say it right off the bat correctly. I'm sorry. But for $5 says, have you thought about making joke parody alt endings like Red versus Blue did for their 100th episode, like John reacting to his toys being alive? Well, I'm apprehensive to reference spoilers from the finale at this point because I feel like people are tuning into this stream and they haven't seen the finale yet. And so I'm kind of hesitant to go into any detail in case they haven't seen it. But I mean, all I'll say is the possibilities at this point are endless. And I can basically do anything I want now in terms of like shorts where I appear or other characters appear. Like the gate's wide open now. So we'll see. I'll think about it. And it's whatever's funny and entertaining. That's really the driving. That's the deterministic factor. You know, is there a funny idea here that I can split up into 3 acts and create a kind of a fleshed out story from? That's really what determines whether a video gets made or not. But anyway. That's all I'll say on that. So thank you. Beast Gamer 1337 again for $10 says, also I cried a ton watching this episode, Job. Oh man, well, I was the same, man. You saw me at the beginning of the stream. I was a fucking mess. I actually tried not to be. I thought I might, but I tried. I mean, during the premiere, I was kind of falling apart. But then I pulled myself together a bit towards the end, and I'm just like, I'll be okay for the stream. And then I wasn't. So, don't feel embarrassed. I'm right there with you. Don't judge, haha. I'm not judging. I just am having a hard time, and watching my favorite show in the world end has made me feel extremely emotional. Stay awesome. Well, that's the thing, you know, like, it's going to be bitter, inevitably, for some people, maybe a lot of people, because the show is ending, and nobody wants their favorite thing to end. So, all you can do is just make the best ending that you can. And hopefully it's like bittersweet, where it's like, yeah, it's ending, but it was really good the way it ended. And it's good that it ended because if something ends, it means you can build up to a finale. If something just keeps going on and on and on, then it just kind of fizzles out until it's like meaningless and stupid. And then that happens with a lot of TV shows, right? Like cable TV shows. Or Netflix streaming, whatever, where it's just like they've run out of ideas, but they want to keep the thing going, and it's just a pile of shit, and then nobody cares anymore, and then it just dwindles out of relevance. And you want to not do that if you can avoid it. So I hope I provided a good conclusion. Anyway. You're welcome, Beast Gamer, and thank you. Steo Dare for 10 Canadian dollars says, I'm happy to have been a part of your Patreon for the last year. Excuse me. Look forward to whatever you make next. I've enjoyed all of your content. You're my fave YouTuber. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Pray to Vitalik. Preto Vitalik. Not quite sure how to say that. For USD $50 says, it's been 4 years, homie. When we gonna debate Jordan Peterson like old times? Debate Jordan Peterson? Like I'm gonna... are we gonna team up to debate Jordan Peterson? Or we are both gonna argue about Jordan Peterson? I don't want to argue about anything. I want to get along with people. If you like him, don't like him, whatever, that's fine. I happen to like him. But anyway, I don't really want to get into any heated debates or anything, but I do really appreciate the generous super chat. That's a lot. So thank you for that. Let's see where we are. Oh my god. I got to the top of the list and then I refreshed the page and there's like a fucking shitload more. Oh god. I'm so tired. I mean, this is a genuine problem, like, because I'm like losing energy here, but I'm gonna do my best to keep going, because fuck it, this is the finale air day and might as well just power through, right? Holy shit, you sent two $50 super chats back to back? You're insane. Pray to Vitalik for another $50 says, also I put Abnormality 3 on my IMDb page like a real Chad. Why would you do that? What do you mean you put it on your IMDb page? What does that mean? Like you're just a user on IMDb and people list their own what they're a fan of? Or you're saying you credited yourself? You gave yourself a production credit on a figurative Abnormality 3? I'm not really sure what you're saying. But cool, I guess. I mean, Abnormality 3 was never a thing. There was a 1 and 2, and they were both fucking awful. And I made them both when I was very young. But yeah, it's not like I think highly of them or anything, but whatever. If you enjoyed them, then I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. It's a lot of money. I really do appreciate it. Jack Draper for $9.99 US says, John, I've been watching you for years. I've lost count. Every time I'm down, I rewatch your videos. Thank you for not stopping. Never stop, never stopping, you guys. Thank you for not stopping and having such a huge impact on me. Thank you. Love you, man. You're welcome, Jack. Yeah, I want to make people happy, man. I want to give people faith without feeding them bullshit, you know? Like, hope based on truth. That was my goal for season 8. I hope I pulled that off. Thanks, Jack. Vincent Cisneros for $9.99 US says, it's been a pleasure to grow along you and the show, John. The amount of people you've inspired and made laugh is something I hope to one day emulate. Keep creating, stay golden. You got, if it's what you want to do, you got to just do it. Man, don't wait for permission. Just go out, buy a camera or something, and just make something stupid and then put it out there and see what happens. That's what I did with Master Chief Sucks at Halo, the first one. And then that's how Machinima reached out to me. I mean, I made the first 2, right? And then I got like a bajillion views. And then Machinima was looking for content creators at the time, and they emailed me, and that's how I got that gig. And then Arby and the Chief came of that because they wanted a series. And just make something, put it out there, because you never know what's going to come of it. Just make sure it's something you want to make. Don't be chasing views just for the sake of views. Make something that you think is funny or worthwhile, you know. Just look inward, not outward. That's the key. Thank you, Vincent. Meow Meow Choco Chow for $4.99 US says, thanks for having my sister play Claire in the last 2 episodes. That was your sister? Really? It was an honor for her, and she loved working with you. Oh, man, that's great. Because I'd actually... Maybe I shouldn't say this. I had heard that she might not have been interested. I'm not saying this in any way to be like, oh, why wasn't she interested sort of thing. Like, if she wasn't, that's totally fine. But then I reached out to her, and she was totally on board. So, and I'm very grateful that she did, because I was stuck, man. Because Elizabeth just didn't respond to me for whatever reason. And I didn't have my original cast member. So I needed a girl to do it. And I was very grateful that Ariana was willing to come forward and do that for me. So I don't know if she's here, but I'm very appreciative. And thank you for the super chat, Meow Meow. Again, I appreciate it. John something for $5 says, you did good, John. I hope you keep making music and have fun. It doesn't have to be professional as long as you have fun. Mag Charger XD. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, that's another thing. I've got a lot of time opened up now. And now that season 8 is done, and I would like to make some more music, get back into that groove. Because I do actually miss that, sort of. I haven't been inspired lately, but I just have this kind of loose idea of like getting back into that and feeling energized. And I know if I just kind of sit down and dedicate a few hours to it, that I'll come up with like a new track or something cool. I just gotta like sit down and actually do it. Because it's like fun. That's another thing, like writing, where it's just like it doesn't really feel like work. I'm just happy to do it. So, it's like, not only does it not feel like work, it's like anti-work, where it's actually a relief. Like I will load up Fruity Loop Studio, because that's what I use for music composition. And that's like, it's fun. It's like a little playground. And it's like a fun time. And it's a stress relief. So, yeah, it doesn't feel like work. It's actually cool. And I'm looking forward to like getting back into that. So, yeah, maybe I'll make some more tracks, and anything I make, you know. Follow me on Twitter. If you're not following me on Twitter already, at JCJGraham, that's where I post all my, that's like my go-to place for like status updates. If you want to know what I'm up to, like what I've made, go there, follow me on Twitter, and you'll be up to date on all the John Graham goodness. So go do that. All right, thanks. Brett Benson for $5 says, now that you're done with the show and on your whole Christian arc. What the hell is this, John? What, did you find Jesus or something lame like that? Quit forcing your Christ ideology down our throats. I guess there is a bit of truth to that. But, and I did actually make a joke about that in the episode, because my intent isn't actually to, you know, force a religious agenda on anybody. A lot of my content is just like my view on existence and God and all that, all these broad ideas has evolved as I've gotten older. And I share those ideas of my evolution of like those of my conception of those ideas through my work. Cause like why not? Like, it's my work. Of course I'm gonna share what I think about shit. But it's just like this, it's just what it's just what I think. And I'm trying to make sense of the world that I'm seeing. And I hope people can at least see where I'm coming from. But I don't expect anyone to adopt my beliefs or anything. People want to be atheist or whatever, fine. But I would ask those people, what do you think would come of existence if everyone were to believe that good and evil were simply labels and there were no such thing as God? Like, if everyone on the world believed that, what world do you envision as a result of that? And people might have very different ideas of what that entails, because they might either get a utopian vision where it's like the fucking Jetsons, where everyone's flying around in flying cars, like that Family Guy gag, where, like, I think it was like the multiverse episode where Stewie and Brian, it's like, this is a world where Christianity never existed, and there's like 1,000 years of people not killing each other over their own perception of God. And there was no dark age, basically. So technology had this huge leap forward. And I think that's a really naive view of existence and God. Personally, I understand why people wouldn't feel the same way I do, but I just don't agree with that worldview. But that's just my worldview, you know, and I'm sharing it, the conclusions that I've come to. And I want there to be good in the world. And I want it to be a sure thing that people can rely on as like a bedrock. I don't just want good to be this thing in the ether that people hope is there, but then ultimately everything is just shit. Like, I feel that's just like so pessimistic. Like, what do you do with that? You know? It's a very complicated subject, and I don't expect everyone to reach the same conclusion on it, obviously, but I'm just sharing my view on it. And maybe you agree, maybe you don't, but at least maybe it'll provoke some thought. That's really that's all I can hope for. Anyway, there you go. That's all I'll say about that. I don't want to drone on too long. Sorry, I lost my place. Give me a second here. Okay, yeah. Neko Luigi 2001 for 10 Australian dollars says, just want to thank you again for making such an amazing show. Been watching since the early Machinima days, and it's been such a wild ride. Sorry, I lost my place again. I keep leaning in to like read it because my eyesight's going, but I keep forgetting that I can just hold control and spin the mouse wheel and magnify the text. And so, but I just did that and then I lost my spot. So just give me a second here. I fucking lost my place. Da, 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 da. Sorry, guys. Fuck. I'm way off. It must have, like, reset to the top of the page or something, me doing that. Okay, I got it. Been watching since the early Machinima days. And it's been such a wild ride. Thanks again, John. You're welcome. The early Machinima days, yeah. It's been a while. I got some good memories. It's not all bad. A lot of it's good, really. I mean, because I wasn't interacting with the Machinima staff a lot. Not that that would have been a problem necessarily, but a lot of that time was just me doing my own thing at home because I was working for Machinima remotely, right? It only went to shit towards the end because it was so mismanaged, and my contact just did not give a shit about addressing my needs or didn't care about my show, and like nobody really at this company really cared about my show at the end. Towards the end, they just wanted it to end, I think, so they could move on to something else, but they at least let me finish what I wanted to do. They let me finish off season 7, and they paid me up until the end, even though there's a bunch of invoices not paid, and I think they owe me a bunch of money, but they don't have, I have like the invoices on my end, but they don't have it on their end or something, so the paperwork on their end is missing. So they would probably say like, well, we've paid up on our end, so it must be your problem, but I don't think it is. But that's never going to get resolved, right? The money's just gone. I think I was owed more than I got, but whatever, it is what it is. 3K sounds right. I think they owed me about that. Maybe I made a miscalculation somewhere, but I suspect it's around that. I don't want to say that concretely that's what they owe me, but I did the best like digging that I could for like what I was owed each month. I made a whole spreadsheet, I color coded it, and it's just like, this is what I think I'm missing because I didn't receive funds. Because it was like confusing at parts, because like sometimes there'd be like lump sums sent to me via wire transfer for like multiple months, and then I'd have to like find all of those and break them down and be like, okay, that a chunk of this was for this month, a chunk of this was for that month, but then you got to factor in the fact that maybe I had a couple weeks off here, and so that's why there's a deduction. Like there's a lot of calculations, and the problem is the paperwork, there's a bunch of paperwork that was absent on their end that should have been there, and it's just frustrating. But whatever, it's done now. It's unfortunate. I'm just glad to be working independently for my own channel now. So, whatever, you know. Anyway. Thank you, Neko Luigi. Really appreciate it, man. Zach Nevark. I don't know if some of these users are girls, by the way. It's hard to tell, but I just say guys in general. Hope nobody takes offense or whatever. I'm just trying to be nice and refer to people in generalities. Zach Nevark for $10 says, today is my birthday. I turned 22. I was probably 11 or 12 when I started watching. Arby and the Chief has been very important to me for a very long time. Thank you for everything. Heart. Happy birthday, Zach. 22. That's cool. You're welcome. I'm glad you like the show, man. Hang on a sec. Oh yeah, Foregone for $4.99 US says, love from V, John. People like the theme and execution of the episode. Oh my god, V is watching this. I suspect there's a bunch of people tearing me a new asshole on there. I'm afraid to look. But hey, if you're saying they like it, then that's cool. People like the theme and execution of the episode. That's good, man. I mean, I figured I figured most people would be like cool with it, but I felt like there'd be a worrying amount of people who'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" And it would take maybe a rewatch or two to like win them over, where they would see like, okay, I see how this like in the broad scheme of things, I guess this is the most fitting ending. You know, I feel like some people would take a bit more work to like for them to appreciate it, but maybe I'm wrong because I'm paranoid and sensitive to a fault, you know, and I hate disappointing people, but you just have to take that risk when you're making shit. But anyway, you got good things to say, and I'm happy about that. So thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Dollar Kern, sorry, for $5 says, "Hey John, thank you for making some of the best childhood content ever." Childhood content. Well, I suppose a lot of people watched it when they were kids, so. Lol, remember John? Yum yum, yummy semen in my tummy. Yeah, a lot of sexual humor for a childhood show. But the thing is, people weren't exposed to anything less bad playing online. You know what I mean? Because like my show was already a reflection of what was going on online gaming anyway. So I think everyone who played online games was used to that crudeness already, and then some. So, and then I feel like it really comes down to the intent anyway, regardless of like the crudeness of the jokes. That's why I wouldn't necessarily be like if I had a kid and they watched something like South Park, I wouldn't necessarily be appalled by that. Like maybe there's some episodes where I'd be like, "Oh, that's not really for you yet." But they have like the show has good intentions, you know. Like if you can look past its crude humor and there's more there that it's trying to say. And I feel like the same. I'm not comparing my show to like being as good as South Park or anything, but I'm just saying there's like beyond the crudeness, there's like more substance there than is immediately obvious. So, and I think that goes a long way. Because if it's just crudeness and there's nothing there beyond it, then that could be maybe destructive to watch. I don't know. Because I watched and, you know, played some violent, crazy shit when I was a kid. Like maybe I should have held off a few years before I ingested that kind of content, but I'm glad that I experienced that content when I did, because it was an eye-opening experience. Like I remember playing GoldenEye on N64 way before it was age appropriate, because it was like rated teen, and I was like what, younger than 10, like 8 years old or something, and I was playing GoldenEye, and GoldenEye's rated teen, and you know ESRB ratings, it's just like fuck that, I don't care. I want to play video games, god damn it, and GoldenEye looks cool, so, and I'm glad I did. So I think that's just part of growing up, is just experiencing content that's maybe a little bit past what is appropriate for your age. I don't know. Anyway. Thank you for gone. I really appreciate it. Dollar Kern for $5 says, "Hey John, thank you for making some of the best childhood content ever. Lol, remember John?" Oh no, sorry, I read that one. My bad. I'm tired. My bad. Meow Meow Choco Chow for $1.99 says, John rejuvenates me. Are you all rejuvenated? Did I rejuvenate you all? I hope everyone can say the same. Thank you. Japeth321 for $10 says, John, fun fact, when season 7's finale came out, I was binge watching the James Bond French. Oh no, I read this one. Yeah, I read this one a while ago. So this is the guy who's watching James Bond and then happened to be watching James Bond again now that I'm putting out the season 8 finale. But what's also extra funny about that is that I'm also doing a James Bond marathon right now as well. So I'm working on that. I watched the first 4 or 5 movies. I love that series, man. Cool movies. Thank you, Japeth. Appreciate it, man. Drifty Foil? I magnified the text, but I'm still having trouble reading it. For $9.99 US says, late to the stream, but hope you're doing good, John. Can't wait to see the last episode later. Well, I hope you enjoy it, man. Buckle up, because it's a crazy ride. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you. Stay Dare for $10 Canadian says, also 2 questions, lol. How long did you plan for season 8 to originally take? And were there any big changes from your original idea for this season? How long did you plan for season 8 to originally take? Definitely not this fucking long. I mean, I said it before, but I took an embarrassing amount of production time with season 8, and I am actually sorry about that. And it's embarrassing. I feel like I should have done it all overall quicker, but I approached it at my own pace, and this is the time that it took me. I don't know what else to say, because sometimes I needed to distract myself with something else. I needed to procrastinate sometimes on like another project, or just take a break or something. And it's so much work to keep up perpetually. Because the episodes are so long. They're the longest they've ever been. And I saw maybe like a couple years, which is hilarious, because like it ended up taking me 7, which is ridiculous. Took me a long time. Intended it to be way shorter, but I bit off more than I could chew, because I'm an idiot. But I just went for it, you know. I had this idea, and I just approached it one episode at a time. And the original outline, I see people bring this up repeatedly, where they were just like, I thought it was going to be 33 episodes, John. Where's the other, how many would that be? 27, 60. Where's the other 16 episodes? We're due another 16 episodes, John, because you said there were going to be 33. And it's like, well, that was back when I thought the run times were going to be much shorter. Like, it's not that I threw out 16 episodes worth of story. I just said, oh, fuck it, I'll wrap it up now. It's that the episodes became much longer than I had anticipated, because I ended up feeling like I didn't want to break them up. That's a problem I have with watching the older seasons, is that the episodes feel too segmented, like they end too abruptly. What I like about the episodes in season 8 is that they feel much more self-contained, and like they have a definitive 3-act structure across each episode, and they all end when it feels appropriate, not so abrupt. But I don't know, people like the older format, I guess, like getting more frequent episodes in smaller doses, as opposed to getting giant episodes so few and far between. But I just really didn't want to break the episodes up, especially now, because I was working for myself. I didn't have to, because I didn't have Machinima saying we need an episode this week, you know? Like, I'm subscriber funded at this point, so I'm just like, I'm going to make this episode the way I want it to. I want this to have a definitive structure, and I'm just going to put it out in a complete fashion. And so there wasn't any story content cut out to like get to the end quicker. It's the same amount of story, just stretched across a fewer amount of episodes that are longer in length. So you're not missing out on anything. That's to the people who bring up the 33 episode outline thing. That was back then when I thought they were going to be shorter. Anyway, thank you, Stay Dare. Really appreciate it. Sir Clowns a lot for $5 says, congrats, job. These Microsoft points are for the high quality e-grills. E-grills. What does that mean? Grills as in girls, the misspelling? I'd play the Evangelion pronounced with a G. Evangelion. Is that how you say it? Evangelion? Neon Genesis Evangelion. Is that how you say it? I thought it was Evangelion. Anyway. Congratulations ending, but can't. Fursuit when? Never. Not really into fursuits, personally. Yeah, I'm not really sure what you're... I'm trying to extract a thesis from your comment, but I'm kind of struggling here. But thank you for the Microsoft points. I appreciate it. Joshua Ewald for $9.99 says, John, I watched your series as a kid at his mom's computer. Now I'm nearly done with college. Your series healed me, helped me discover myself, and made me a better man. Can't wait to see what's next. You're welcome, man. Thank you. Congratulations on nearly finishing college. It's good that you're I hope you've figured out what you want to do and you're working towards that, because that's what college is for. You know, you decide on something and then you use your college time to work towards a specific degree to like get the job that you want. I was lucky because by the time I went to film school, I knew that I wanted to be at the very least in entertainment. When I first went to college, I wanted to get into game design, but then I realized that wasn't... It might actually still be for me, but the material in college was very dry, not hands-on, a lot of like paper education, if that makes sense. Like the film program that I took was very hands-on, so it was much more engaging. And it was a lot of practical like set knowledge. Like I knew how to behave on set. I knew like how to communicate over the radio with different departments. Like that was all valuable knowledge. And I learned a bunch about just filmmaking in general that I was able to carry over to my own productions. So just figure out what you want to do and stick to that course. Good luck, man. Thank you. Chris Mayan for $2 US says, thank you for everything. A big part of my life. You're welcome. Thank you, Chris. Tyler the Defiler for $10 says, I've looked up to you since 2009. Your style and tone is unmatched. Your writing has always resonated with me in a way nothing else ever has. Season 8 ended exactly the way it needed to. Cheers, man. Thank you so much. I know there's a lot of... This is like hours of dick riding, basically. Not to talk shit about anyone giving me compliments or anything. I really appreciate the super chats, but I imagine people are just like, yeah, we get it, John. You're great. You're the most brilliantest writer that's ever existed. Better than Tarantino. I really do appreciate all the kind words, and I'm glad the show has resonated with you all. And I'm glad you thought the ending was appropriate. It was a gamble, but I think it paid off. Anonymous Silence 4572 for $5 says, John, are you going to do more MISC, Arby and the Chief stuff, such as Bites and Master Chief Theater? I thought Master Chief Theater was going to be, there's going to be more stuff, but I don't know. I don't have any more. It was supposed to be a series, but I don't have any more ideas for it right now, which is a shame. But I got nothing against making future episodes of that or just shorts in general. But I probably just won't call them Bites. I'll probably just... they'll just be called... They won't have a season number or an episode number. They'll just be called like Arby and the Chief and then the title of whatever the short is. And I'm not even saying that it'll be a necessarily short video. I'm just saying, like, it won't be probably as long as, like, say, this finale was. It could be, like, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. But if I just come up with an idea for an Arby and the Chief episode, like a self-contained one-off thing, I'll work on that, put it out, and it'll just be called Arby and the Chief, and then the title of the thing. No subtitle. Because putting a subtitle on it just feels too cheesy and lame. I don't know. So, there you go. Stay tuned. But I need to take a bit of time to just gather my bearings. Is that the word? And just think about somewhat long term, like, what's this next year going to look like in terms of content? And then just work towards that. Thank you. And Ladyman for $5 says, I'm going to write you a full-fledged email soon, but I love you, John. You're a bold artist that doesn't pull punches, and you've shaped my way of thought. In a good way, I hope. Thank you. Yeah, I do my best, man. That's all you can do. Dexter64 for $2 says, you like Wall-E? I love Wall-E, man. That's probably one of my favorite Disney movies of all time. You know why? Because Wall-E feels like a giant middle finger to society. Like, I think it's like remarkably scathing, the subtext of that movie. It's like, this is where you're heading. Fuck you. That feels like it feels to me like that's what that movie's saying to society. And it's a Disney movie. And it's like a silent film. It's kind of amazing what it accomplishes. Well, it's not really, but you know what I mean. Wall-E doesn't talk. There's a lot of plot and ideas conveyed through no dialogue. That movie amazes me in its satire, I guess. I find it quite scathing for a Disney movie. Thank you, Dexter. Leon DLL for $5 says, I've been watching since Master Chief Sucks at Halo 3 and I loved every moment of it. I love how you let scenes just hang around for impact. I love you, John. Thank you. I like that too. Just hanging on a scene and just taking full advantage of like the tension and the silence of like a scene, of like an environment or like an ambience. Because I feel like that gets neglected a lot in a lot of modern media, where I feel like a bunch of TV shows are very lazily executed, where it's just like, okay, the scene takes place here, shot, reverse shot, coverage, okay, we got it, boom, moving on, next scene. And there's not really the scene isn't given room to breathe. It's all just like, okay, cut to this person because they're talking, and now cut back to this person because they're talking. It's like there's very little room left for people to just sit in silence and to absorb something that's happening or something that's said. I feel like more media needs to take its time a bit more. But people give me shit for having too many establishing shots and shit, and I'm taking too much time with my stuff. They feel like I should move my stuff a little more swiftly, and maybe there's something to that. I don't always hit the mark. Maybe I am overindulgent sometimes, but I feel like a lot of media, my feeling is a lot of media would benefit from just sitting in the ambience of its scenes a little bit more. And just like taking advantage of the tension that it's establishing in its sense of place. I don't know. It's just my thoughts. Thank you, Leon. A Sword Elite for $10 says, congrats, John. You made me do my first super chat. You've inspired me beyond my comprehension. You reminded me why I decided to keep going when I was thinking of quitting life. I listened through you. Hey, man, the show is for people like you. Because I know, man, I felt it myself, and I've had people reach out to me saying they feel hopeless, and it's just like, what is there to live for? And I wanted to make something that set out to resolve that, to give people, to inspire people, to remind them that their lives are worth living, to pursue something and bring something manifest into the world that no one else can, that only they can. And they can bring that into the world and create positivity, and other people will benefit from that positivity and spread it, pay it forward, so to speak. I believe in that. So, thank you. SB for $2 Australian says, could you do another podcast with Agent Smirnoff? I'll run it by him, Lemur. See if he's interested, but I'm not really I don't really want to do, like, my own podcast is cringe enough. I don't know if I'm entirely comfortable with having guests on. I don't feel like I'm that skilled. Maybe I am, and I'm underestimating myself, but you gotta be skilled to have guests on to host a podcast and have people on and be able to, like, there's an art to asking questions of people and guiding them along like a path and giving them a structure in terms of like how the show is perceived by the audience. I feel like I'm more of like a rambler, like Bill Burr kind of just goes off on his own show. Like, I don't know if it's the right fit for me to like interview people. I'll think about it. Anyway. Thank you, SB. Chris Mayan for $2 US says, epilogue episode, epilogue theme, one last one. Oh yeah. So you're suggesting that I make a unique music track for it, and I might. We'll see. I don't want to confirm that yet. It's just an idea I'm playing around with. I got nothing written, but I have some images in my head of like, oh, that could be cool if I did this, but it's nowhere near fleshed out. So, but like with anything else, if I'm gonna put something out, I'll let you guys know on Twitter. Just follow me on the Twitter at JCJGraham, all one word, all lowercase. Meow Meow Choco Chow for $9.99 US says, John, what made you decide to make the Endgame movie and Agent Smirnoff canon? And how is the time between Endgame and Season 4 explained in the context of the story? Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to mention a few things here in the answer to this, that if people are tuning into the stream and they haven't seen the finale yet, you're going to want to mute this part. Because like people are asking me questions about the finale they just seen, and I think that's fair. I think it's fair of them to ask and fair for me to like answer in detail. And it's the people who haven't bothered to watch the finale yet who should like quit out of this and watch this later, or just mute the sound. Okay? So just keep that in mind. When I was outlining season 8, this was like one of the first things I thought of, was just like the fourth wall breaking aspect of it. And just like how do you make complete sense of a show like this and just tie everything together? Because the show is a mess. Like when I said in the episode, it's a mess. Like, it's true. It's just a weird concoction of ideas and like half-baked premises in some cases. And it's kind of impossible to provide an ending that really buttons everything up, except in the case of what I did. I feel like that was the one way that I could actually make sense of everything, and not just like the story seasons, but like the Bites and Endgame and anything else tangential that I worked on. Like, it just felt, the more I thought about it, the more I thought, like, that feels like the ultimate way to resolve all of this. And then the question became, like, how do you most satisfactorily build up to that moment? And it's just, I think that if there's a correct sequence of events that lets me get away with this ending. I didn't see it as like getting away with something. That's the wrong way to put it. Just like, that ending felt right given the ridiculousness inherent to the show. And then it's just like, how do I make it work? And I kind of worked my way backwards and then forwards and then backwards again. Like, you reverse engineer the whole thing, as I've said before about my process. And I spent a long time thinking about it, man. And in terms of broad strokes, the same outline was always there. The only ways in which it changed are just like minute ways, like dialogue or very specific plot elements, or like character decisions, because that happens a lot when like you start writing the details of like a single scene, and then you write dialogue for the characters. You realize in jumping into the minds of your characters and writing dialogue for them, you find they have natural inclinations of their own that pull you in a direction that you never considered in the broad scheme of the plot. And so you have to think like, oh, I got to restructure this so it works for the character, so I'm not forcing an outcome, right? So then you kind of go back to square one, and then you think, how can I restructure this so this character behaves in an authentic way? And again, I don't always hit the mark. I mean, there's been past seasons where I've kind of forced a certain plot thing because I've written myself into a corner. I always think of that like when the Toys and Chaos Theosis have that showdown on the Tossers base, and Chaos Theosis just leaves them and they don't frag them or anything. It's like, that's dumb. Why didn't they do anything? Things like that, you know? Or like, there's a moment in season 6 where Arbiter tries to approach Claire. Oh no, Claire approaches Arbiter, and Arbiter is unresponsive, and Claire takes it as an offense instead of assuming that he might just be AFK, which he was. So things like that, where I forced a certain plot thing and then realized in hindsight, like, oh, that doesn't work. I'll try not to make that mistake next time. You know? But it's hard sometimes. Because I don't have a writing team. I don't have ideas to like bounce off of people. I do this all on my own. And sometimes I fuck up and then I don't realize I make a mistake until like the episode's done, and then I look at it and I'm like, oh shit. You know, so you just do what you can, learn from your mistakes. Anyway. Hope that answered your question. Brent Paul for $10 says, what do you think about radical self-acceptance? It's a core tenet in therapy for some mental disorders. I'm trying it out with myself lately, trying not to beat myself up all the time. Radical self-acceptance. What's so radical about that? I mean, I get self-acceptance, but what makes it radical? The fact that there are aspects of your personality that are radical to accept? Is that what makes it radical? I'm just not really sure what that means. I don't know what to think about it. It depends what you mean. But I'm inclined to say, I mean, I guess you should just examine the results of your behaviors, not the behaviors themselves. Like, does it bring pain to others, the fact that you are the way you are? And maybe in that case, you shouldn't accept yourself. I don't know, it's tricky. It really, there's more detail there that's necessary. But I wish you luck with whatever it is you're going through. It sounds tough. Thank you, Brent. SB for $2 Australian says, is Agent Smirnoff still doing animation? Yeah, as far as I know. He's good at it, too. Thank you, SB. Meow Meow Choco Chow for $4.99 US says, would love to see you finish a long play of Majora's Mask. Oh my god. I didn't even finish it, and that was a long play. Like, I took way too long. I should not have taken that long to play that game. It's like hours and hours and hours. I might pick it up again, we'll see. Because I do want to do a Midi Abyss episode on Majora's Mask, and so that'll probably involve playing through it again. Getting all new footage. Like raw footage to use, so we'll see. Loved you explaining the Zelda lore and boss fight soy faces. Thanks, Meow. Bob Dude for $1.99 US says, you look like Jesse Pinkman. Love you, John. Yeah, Aaron Paul, Robert Eiler from Sopranos, Simon Pegg. I get those a lot. Thanks, Bob. Aegis Mind for 20 US says, congrats, man. We'd love to see you react to more of the Arby and the Chief retolds if you want to have a laugh. I still watch those reacts of the first two from time to time. Those were great reactions, yeah. And great videos, too. Yeah, we'll see. Thank you for the super chat. And those retolds were great. That one that ended with Steve Jobs, that was just terrific. Not that he probably knew who I was, but I do appreciate the person responsible reaching out to get that. That was really cool. Anyway, yeah, those were cool. Thank you for the chat. Ryan Veith for $10 US says, hey John, I've been watching Arby and the Chief since I was roughly 14. Did I say Steve Jobs? Steve Downs, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. Yeah, Steve Jobs rose from the grave. Good old Steve Jobs coming back from the dead. That was nice of him. Hey John, I've been watching Arby and the Chief since I was roughly 14. I'm 25 now, and I still quote Awesome Possum to this day. Thank you for the wonderful ride, pal. Sending love to you, man. Oh, thank you. I don't know if Awesome Possum's my thing. Like, there was an episode of Rick and Morty that did it, but I know that was after I did it in my show, but there was probably another show that did it before me as well. Or just something in pop culture that did it before me. I don't know. I feel like I might have gotten it from somewhere. Anyway. Keenan Martin for 20 US or Australian dollars says, thank you, John. I've been watching since 8 years old. I love how the story of toys and Halo go from a fun idea into the finale. It's a film study on content creation and how it can affect the real lives of the audience, the creator. Yeah. It really did feel to me like the ultimate way to end a show like this. Because of the specific nature of the show. I wouldn't have done an ending like this in any other case, really. It's hard to think of another case where I would have done this particular kind of ending. But, yeah, I hope people like it. Thanks. Commander Cass Gaming for 20 US dollars says, Arby and the Chief carried me through high school. It was my Saturday cartoon. I'm 27 now. I remember laughing at the early seasons with my friends and then watching the mid to late seasons alone. Thank you for the memories. You're welcome. Yeah, I did want the show to kind of feel like that to have a Saturday morning cartoon vibe, because that was my jam growing up, you know. School week was over, Saturday morning. Get up at 9 or 10, get some breakfast, watch TV. Throw on Teletoon or something. Fox Kids. YTV, whatever. It's like, can that same feeling be achieved now with on-demand streaming? And it's like, well, it sort of can if you schedule a premiere for a certain time. So, I like that about YouTube. Like, you can do one or the other. You can choose to premiere stuff or not. And then once it's premiered, it's then treated as a video on demand. Like, I really appreciate that about the way online videos are now, you know? Did I read this one? I can't remember. Commander Cast Gaming. Oh, no. Yes, I did read that one. Thank you, Commander Cast Gaming. Pray to Vitalik again. I think I'm saying that right. 300 US? Holy fucking shit, dude. It's too much money. Let me actually be sincere for once. Arby and the Chief are some early core memories for me, and here is the repayment for my whole childhood. For my whole childhood, sir. I've come to the land of igloos from the US since I was last in your chat, and I wish my bad voice acting wasn't permanently ingrained in Abnormality 3. Are you serious? Abnormality 3? That wasn't me that made that, was it? That must have been a fan thing. I don't remember making a third one if I did. I feel like that must have been like a fan project you're talking about. Maybe I did and I'm just dumb. I really can't remember. It was a long time ago. I'm old now. I'm an old man now. You're welcome, man. That's a very generous super chat. Thank you so much. Mickle Finkel for $4.99 US says, thank you, John, for something great. You helped me through tough times. Been here since I was a kid in 2008. Just finished my first film treatment. Good for you, man. Even a treatment's tough. But that's a great document to use to bounce off of, you know, to get something going. I write outlines in like 2 or 3 word beats. So it's just like a very thin line of text like this. And I scan through it rapidly up and down. That's how I'm doing Hard Justice. I'm outlining it. And I've done like 20, at least 18 versions of that outline, where every 2 or 3 word beat is like its own scene with like a unique location. That's how I divide it up in my head. It's like one line for each new location. And then I just scan through that in my head back and forth, and then I figure out what scenes are missing or what scenes need to be added. And then I just rewrite the whole thing from scratch again and again and again. And then when it gets to the point where I've rewritten it and I come up with the same outline that I did the last time, then that's where I get the sense where it's like, okay, I feel like I'm finalizing this now. That's kind of my process right now. Thank you, Mickle. Pray to Vitalik again. Another 100 US? Dude, bite Fulham job. No. Look, I know you're sending me a fucking shit ton of cash, and I really do appreciate it, but I don't want to chew. I said already, I don't want to chew my foam things. I thought of it as like a gag to like punctuate the show, and you know, the fact the finale just came out, but I don't want to do it, okay? And I don't want you to make me do it. That's lame. But I do appreciate the chats and everything in the cash. It's a very nice, generous gesture. So thank you. Don't send in me anymore. You're done. You're cut off. Okay? That's it. Will Hamill for $2 says, thanks for everything you've given me. Thanks for everything you've given me. Love you, heart. You're welcome. Tobias Edverson for 55 NOK. I always forget what this is. The currency. But just tuned in. Was unable to attend the premiere, but it's good to see you live again. Can't wait to play back the season finale. You're the man, John. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. Sebastian Willows for 10 Canadian says, hey John, remember Madeline Black and how you made it canon that she's super hot? Yeah, that was a joke because everyone was asking, is she hot? And the joke was that it's fucking irrelevant to the story. But you know that. You all know that. Did she get to see you when she died? Like the toys did? Asking the important questions everyone else is afraid to. Yes, she saw me when she died, and I saw her, and she was super hot, and she was naked, and her boobs were awesome. Okay, there you go. Madeline's very hot with awesome boobs. Is that what you wanted to hear? Thank you, Sebastian. Dane, exclamation mark, for $9.99 US, says, thank you for everything, John. I find myself doing Scott impressions and typing rapidly on a keyboard, hacking, saying, this is cool. Also make more horror-themed bites. You make great suspense. Yeah, I like horror. I like I want to make maybe a feature film one day, and if I did, it would be a horror film because I just love that genre. I'm always on the lookout for like a new sweet horror movie. So you guys can think of anything that I should watch. I mean, I've probably seen a bunch that you'll recommend already, but I'm always looking for new sweet horror movies. So I think one I watched recently was The Ritual. That was awesome. It's one of those like don't go to Sweden kind of movie. Like Midsummer. Everything in Sweden is just Midsummer. I haven't seen Smile yet. I heard it was all right. I didn't think it would be that great, but apparently I've heard good things, so I'll check out Smile soon. There was another one recently I wanted to see. I can't remember what it is. Whatever. Thank you, Dane. Chris Mayan for $2 US says, thank you for adding my name. Proud of this show. You're welcome. Thank you to all my producers. You made the show possible. I really appreciate all of you guys. SB for $2 says, John, it's so nice to see you happy streaming again. Thanks. I was nervous about it, you know, because like, I mean, I think because of the emotional weight of like having just completed season 8, I'm like okay right now. But like there's other days where I'm just like a ball of anxiety, and I would come on and I know like people would ask me my thoughts on like all these like spicy topics. I mean, just pick one because there's a shitload right now because we're kind of living in this wacky world right now where it's like reality has become satire. Sure, you've heard people say similar things, right? Where it's just like you can't even satirize the world we live in anymore because it's just so ridiculous. And every day it's like a new news headline of some ridiculous, stupid fucking thing, and it's just like a bunch of shit that I don't really want to get into because it's just all ultimately so like divisive. Um, but I'm glad I could come on here and just talk and shoot the shit about my content and the show, and everyone is like chill in the chat and not spamming spicy shit, and like because I didn't want to deal with that. That's another thing. Like I was worried that was going to be like a headache, like I'd have to like maybe, you know, issue some temporary bans because people were typing for spamming like n words and shit. Like I didn't want to deal with that, but everybody's been cool today, so I really appreciate everyone just like being chill and just keeping things on the topic of like my content and stuff, you know. So thank you for that. Thank you for making this a pleasant experience for me, because I was like anxious about it in the beginning, and I'm cool with like being here right now talking to you guys. I mean, I'm tired. I really want to just sit and get drunk and watch Thunderball. That's kind of what's on my mind right now. I want to get shit-faced and watch Thunderball. But I'm happy here to be here right now, just answering everyone's questions. So thanks. And thank you for all these chats, of course. I really do appreciate it. Where am I? CB Gog for $9.99 US says, "Hey John, just caught up with the finale. I wanted to say thank you for the years of entertainment and such a wholesome and well-rounded conclusion to the show. It was fantastic and means a lot to me." Thank you. I really did. I mean, as ridiculous and farcical as it is, I really did work a lot on the script, and I rewrote the scenes a lot. And I rewrote the final scene in particular many times. And it took a while to like get it into the state that it eventually became. And there were changes that made it into like in at the last second, like right up to the wire, where it's just like I'm almost about to export this, and I was getting new ideas. And it's like, I got to put that in. And that ended up being like, of course, that had to be there. You know, like, I don't know if I'm explaining it very well, but just like past the screenwriting phase, you come up with shit that's like integral in retrospect, where it's just like, why didn't I think of that before? Of course that should be there. And that's part of the process, right? That's part of what I'm saying, what I said before about like the story is told 3 times, once in writing, once in production, once in editing. And in editing, it's like you come up with new shit, new dialogue. You see like you play back a scene in post-production and you play it over and over, and then you realize like, you know, it'd be really funny if like Chief said this here. And you can actually do that in the case of this. Like if it was real people that I filmed, you can't do that, right? Because then you'd have to reshoot the scene to get them to say the thing that you want. But because they're toys and they're saying text-to-speech dialogue and with subtitles that I can just throw in whenever, I can make them say whatever I want right up until the time to export. So it's cool. Like the show is unique in that way that it lets me do that. So, and I worked hard on the writing of it right up until like way past the screenwriting phase, like right up until the final export. I was writing lines of dialogue and stuff, and I'm really proud of the last scene. I love the final image that the show ends on, and that was like a last minute sort of thing. Like that was not in the initial drafts of that scene. I had to like rewrite it, and like I came up with that towards the end, and it feels like so important. It's just like, oh my god, I can't believe it took me that long to put something that important in. So that's the process, you know. Baked Seal for 2 US says, finale was the best episode ever. You did great job. Oh, are you saying job is in my name, or I did a great job? It's hard to tell. Like, you capitalized job, so it's my name, because everyone calls me Job now. People call me Job more than John now. And I don't even know how that joke caught on in such a spectacular way. But that's my new name now. Job Graham. I guess it was when I was talking about, like, going to job interviews. I feel like that was the start of that meme. It just caught on from there. I don't know. Anyway, thanks, Big Seal. I appreciate it. Winnabagel 23 for $5 says the unsubscribed thing I said was a joke based on when people would only sub to Machinima for Arby and the Chief and unsub as soon as the season was over. Sorry. Oh, okay. I forgot that was a thing. I do kind of remember that now that you mention it. Like, people would only subscribe to Machinima for a particular show for a particular duration and then unsubscribe. Not that I cared about who was subscribed to Machinima, you know, because it was a conglomerate channel. It was comprised of many different creators. So if somebody unsubscribes from Machinima, it's not like me or any other creators affiliated with Machinima take it personally. You know what I mean? But I see what you mean now. That's funny. Thank you for the super chat and the subscription. I hope you're still subscribed, because I got more content coming. Wild card winner for $19.99 US says, as someone who wants to get into filmmaking, you are one of my biggest inspirations. I remember at a young age when I actively preferred your storytelling over the small brain stuff on TV. Thank you. I mean, yeah, like, the medium doesn't matter. I mean, the only way the medium matters is in terms of efficiently delivering your content to an audience. Forget the prestige stuff. Like, oh, I got to deal with Netflix. That doesn't mean anything. Like, what's the content? What are you putting into the content? Is it good content? And good content can come from anywhere. It can come from YouTube. It can come from Netflix. It can come from somebody's just independent website that they host on their own servers. Like, good content can come from anywhere, and especially now, because everyone has the means of producing media from home with, like, consumer grade cameras that are actually high quality. I mean, there's Oscar nominated films that are shot on fucking iPhones now. Like, the tech is there. So if you can write a script, you're laughing. Like, write a script and then just grab a phone and shoot a movie and put it out there. See what happens. Anyone can get a YouTube account. So, you know, the world is at your fingertips. Thank you. Wild card winner. Really appreciate it. Chip Aloopadoop for $10 US says, just got off work. Haven't seen the episode yet, but I haven't been disappointed by the show yet. Oh, well, maybe you'll finally be disappointed by this finale. Thanks for all the years of laughs, Job. You've had such an impact on my sense of humor. You're welcome. God, I still haven't looked at the video upload page with, like, the dislike counter or any of the comments. I don't mean like the chat here, but like the comments under the video upload. You know what I mean? I haven't read any of that yet. I don't know what the general reaction is going to be outside this chat stream, and I'm almost like afraid to look. I'm just like, oh my God, what are they going to say? Maybe they hate it. So, but that's that. If you want to be a content creator, that's the biggest thing to brace yourself for. Is like that feeling of putting yourself out there and reacting to people's criticism and taking it and absorbing it and using it to do better next time and trying not to get offended and Because I remember earlier in this season, I live streamed some episodes, and there were some trolls in the chat that just really ruined it. And you would think, like, this is John Graham, creator of Arby and the Chief, right? He's used to trolls. He gets it. He's down with the kids. Like, this is just gonna roll off him like water off a duck's back, right? But I'm sensitive, man. It's tough. And that it made that live stream really unpleasant. Just a couple people saying like mean things, like, "Oh, this is shit." But or a guy in chat is saying, quote, trolls, as in they must be trolls if they didn't like my work. And I wasn't actually trying to suggest that. Maybe they actually didn't like it and they weren't trolling. What I'm trying to say is that you just got to be prepared for people to not like your work. And they could be right. And you've got to be willing to... I mean, you would hope that the criticism that you get is at least constructive. Like, you can work with it. It's like, okay, good notes. I can, like, take this and I can do better next time. Like, what you've said to me, I can use. That's what I look for, like, utility. It's like, if someone just calls me a name, it's easy. It's more easy to just be like, oh, whatever. Yeah, just if you want to get into content creation, you need to be okay with that part of it. I mean, of course you don't have to live stream or premiere your stuff to a live chat, but it's like, I hold myself to a high standard, and I'm scared of disappointing people, and so I use that to elevate my work as much as I can. I'm not saying I hit the mark. Sometimes I miss it, but I'm just saying, like, there's a strong element of fear that you might not think is present in my process, but it's there. And it's like, you got to put yourself out there, and it's kind of nerve-wracking sometimes. So if you're going to get into this sort of thing, you got to be willing to deal with that. Not everyone can deal with that. I have trouble dealing with it sometimes. But for the most part, everyone is super cool with me. I'm very lucky to have the audience that I have. So thank you guys for making these live streams in general an enjoyable experience, and where I don't have to feel like I don't have to have my butt clenched the whole way because I'm afraid someone's going to say a mean thing, you know. For some people, that's all they get because their work kind of sucks, but they're trying to do better, but their ability isn't quite there yet, and it's just like they're kind of floundering, but they want to do good, but the work isn't quite up to snuff yet, but they could do better. The potential is there, but people aren't giving them the benefit of the doubt, and they might just like dogpile on them saying, oh, like, just quit now, kill yourself. And that's not cool, right? You want to like encourage people to do better. Anyway, so that's just a part of being a content creator. Sure as hell has its perks, but it has a few drawbacks that should be considered if it's something you want to get into. It's not like working for a corporation, you know, where you lose a sense of individualism and accountability, and you can just, if you screw something up, the possibility is there to just pass the buck, where it's just like, oh, well, it's that department's fault, or my team let me down, or something like that. But when you're in a position like this, where it's just like, this is my work, I wrote everything, I edited everything, if people don't like it, it's my fault. Like, I fucked up, and then you have to take the full force of that. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh yeah, it was me. Like, I fucked up. I should have done better. That can be hard on people. So just be prepared for that if you want to be a content creator. Of course, depending on your personality, all that stuff might be just slide off of you. I don't know. It depends on the person, I guess. I'm pretty sensitive, so. my god, there's still so many chats. I'm tired, you guys. You guys. Stop drowning me in money. I hate money. I hate money now. Money's bad. I lost my spot again, sorry. Sorry, still looking. Where the fuck was I? It's like so much money too. Like holy fucking shit, dude. Okay. I found my spot. Waste of time for $9.99 says been watching Arby and the Chief since 2018. Not an original gangster. But I can't wait to see more future works from you, from your lovable creative cranium. Please more SoundCloud uploads. Yeah, stay tuned. I'll make more music. I got more stuff coming. Stay tuned. Follow me on Twitter, JCJ Graham. Thank you. Krieg Core for 10 US says, I haven't watched episode yet, but you can have this. Oh, thank you. Or what are those? Kissy faces? Oh, thanks. Kissy face. Mwah. Local lick like for LICH for £100. Holy fuck, that's like $200. I can't really put into words how much Arby and the Chief meant to me. The entire series has been there for a large majority of my life, and seeing it all wrapped up in a heartfelt way was pretty goddamn powerful. Thanks for being so based. Based, John. How are you so based? Has the based department called you yet? Because you're so based. Thanks. I know, I'm based. I'm glad you noticed that I'm based. I'm glad it resonated with you so much. Thank you. Great. Really appreciate the super chat. Very generous of you. Thanks. Halo is awesome. C19 for 50 US. Crazy super chat again. It's way too much money, you guys. Call me Halo Man 30. Oh, sorry. Well, too late now. I read out the usernames first, okay? Hey, John, I'm another first ever super chat. I was also worried about things feeling empty. A feeling I got with season 7, as good as it was. But the ending you made with season 8 is genuinely perfect. Nailed it. Thank you. Genuinely perfect. You hear that? I didn't screw up once. It's a perfect episode. Thank you for everything you've done. You're welcome. Thank you for the compliment and the super chat. General for 5 US says, any movie you personally want for a 4K transfer. Saw Alien and John Carpenter's The Thing in 4K, and the detail on sets and animatronics is insane. A 4K transfer? What is that, like a tool-assisted upscale? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about like a distributed disc, like a physical media? I mean, Alien and The Thing are both dope movies. I would pick... Actually, that's pretty tough. Alien 1 or The Thing? Probably the Thing, if I had to pick. The Thing is a fucking dope movie. Not the shitty CGI remake, but the original John Carpenter, obviously. I guess I would pick that. I'm not really sure what it is you're proposing, but those are both dope movies, and I'm not crazy about 4K or 8K or like I'm still perfectly satisfactory with 1080p. I mean, I even play video games for the most part at 720p because my graphics card is nothing special. I have like a 2080 Ti, I mean, there's like 4,000 series fucking graphics cards now that are massive. Maybe that's what I'll spend all this super chat money on. Maybe I'll get a new graphics card. But I'm not even that inclined to do that, because I don't. 4K gaming is. You want a high FPS count for sure if you're doing like VR and shit. That you need like high fidelity, high. I mean, you could get by with like 1080p resolution or even 720p, I think, in VR. But the key for VR is like the FPS. But if it's just like mouse or controller looking around, then I'm still okay playing games at 30, really. I mean, I know people vomit at the sight of anything less than 60 nowadays, but I guess I'm kind of geared in that old school way where I just don't care. Like, I still play a lot of old games, like low poly, low texture res shit, because it doesn't bother me. The gameplay is king. That's what matters. I fucking hate the obsession with graphics these days. You know this thing that's happening with, like, everyone thought 30 FPS was behind us, but now you see all these articles saying, here's why 30 frames per second is coming back, like, for PS5 games. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not necessarily against that, but, like, fuck. Like, I feel like that's because of graphics. And that it should be, like, if you're going to have a reduction in frame rate, it should be because of gameplay, not because you want it to look good. So, I don't know. That's whatever. Graphics are nice. Like, I played the new Modern Warfare recently, and I mean, terrific graphics, right? I mean, of course. Graphics, sound design's like 10 out of 10. It's like really great work, but I could play, like, if Modern Warfare was like PS1 graphics, I would probably still play it. And I think Modern Warfare 1 and 2 are better games. Like, the original Modern Warfare 1 and 2 are better games than the new Modern Warfare 1 and 2. So, like, graphics I don't care. Anyway. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, we were talking about high resolution, like, movies and shit. Yeah, between The Alien and The Thing, great movies. I have to go with The Thing. I don't think you were even asking me to choose one or the other. You just asking if I wanted a 4K transfer of something. The Thing, I guess, would be cool. There's a lot of sweet movies I would like to see a high resolution thing of. The thing is, you need a 4K display to take advantage of a 4K file or a 4K game or movie or whatever. And most of my screens are 1080p at maximum. I have one 4K monitor that I use as my primary desktop monitor. So I suppose I could watch a 4K movie on that. But I'm not particularly inclined to watch a movie in 4K over 1080p because it's kind of the same. I can get the same amount of appreciation out of a 4K or a 1080p movie. Or even a 480p movie I'll still watch. Like DVD resolution. Like, I don't care. Anyway. Terminator 2 or Predator? Terminator 2. Predator is obviously a sweet movie, but Terminator 2 is fucking awesome. I mean, I shit on James Cameron lately for his, like, 5 Avatar sequels or whatever. I think he may have kind of gone off the deep end a bit. I mean, we'll see. But he made some fucking awesome movies, man. I even like Titanic because it's like a good waterworks sort of effects movie. I mean, all this other stuff is like hokey and dumb, but like I appreciated it on a technical level. I like James Cameron as a director. But anyway, sorry, I'm going on a bunch of tangents here. I just like talking about this kind of shit, you know? I don't often get to nerd out on, like, because most of the conversations I get into about, like, film and video game are, like, with normies. And it's just, I'm not trying to be like disparaging, but you just have to like, if you nerd out too much on them, they'll be like overwhelmed and they'll be like, oh shit, like I wasn't prepared to have that kind of discussion. And you don't want to make someone feel like they're ignorant of like a bunch of details. Like you want people to feel like they know a bunch of shit and you know a bunch of shit, and there's no feeling of like, oh man, this guy knows way more than I thought he did, or like, you know what I mean? Like so I often just don't get the opportunity to like talk in this level of detail about like video games and film. So I like the opportunity, but I realize I'm just digging my own grave here because we've already got so many super chats to get to and I'm so fucking tired, but we'll power through. At least for a little while longer, but I mean, it's getting late. It is Friday though. So whatever. Let's just power through it, okay? Where were we? So thank you, General. I appreciate the super chat. I enjoy tea for 200 US. Says, thank you, John, for such a significant pillar to my childhood. Arby carried me through darkness and then some, and I'll be forever grateful. Also, maybe a playful nibble on that foam. A playful nibble now. You know, I can't, 'cause I gave you an inch, and you're going to want to take a mile. And it's like, now eat the whole thing. And it's like, no, you just said a nibble. But I don't even want to go there, okay? No nibbles. No chewing the foam, no biting the foam. I don't want to. There shall be no interaction between my mouth and the foam. So please don't send money just to get me to do that, okay? Because I don't want to. But I appreciate the money nonetheless. So thank you for that. Peyton MFO for $49.99 US says, John, thank you for making this show for all of us. It brought a tear to my eye. I love you, no homo. Lol. I will always stick with you no matter what. Just for the record, if you were homo, I wouldn't care. So a lot of people are prefacing this with like, well, no homo though. Whatever. If you're homo and you have nice things to say about me, that's totally cool. I will always stick with you no matter what your next chapter will be for content. And one more thing, good to see you again. Stream more, heart. We'll see. This is cool now. I don't mind this, but I mean, the people who stream regularly, I don't know how they do it, man. It's harder than it looks. Because like even just like sitting here, it looks really like easy and like lazy and just like an easy, chill, good time. But like my ears hurt. My head hurts. I have a headache. My lower back kind of aches. Not too bad because I got a nice chair. But I can see why, like people who stream on Twitch like 10 hours a day, like I can see how they can get worn out fast. I understand that. And I don't stream nearly as much as them. So I kind of get the tough aspect of it. OMG, it's so hard sitting on my ass. It's when you're sitting for hours and hours and hours. That's what I'm talking about. Like my ears fucking hurt. And they don't even have any pressure applied to them, except like my hat just kind of pressing my ear against my skull. That's all that's happening, but my ears hurt. Anyway, don't develop gamer skull like Tyler. No, I don't have gamer skull, thankfully. That's when you get that band like pressed down in the middle of your fucking head right from the headphones. I don't have that. Not yet, anyway. Give it time. Thank you, Peyton. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Skeet Gang Humber 233 says, for 1337 US, says, thank you for everything over the years, John. Loved the final episode, and the transition from suspense and dark drama to your absurd roots was clinical. Closure with the apt crew was awesome too. The Apt crew? The Apartment crew? Oh, you mean like Cortana? Oh shit, I shouldn't. Spoilers. I know there's some people who haven't seen the finale yet. I'm trying to be careful. Like they should know, okay? We're in spoiler territory here. This stream is for people who have seen the finale, so if you haven't seen the finale, hold off on checking out this broadcast, okay? But I'm glad you liked it. Thank you. The Klooch for 5 US says, John, I understand leaving the art up to the viewer's interpretation, but can you please explain what Arbiter's hand was doing outside at the beginning? Okay, spoilers. If you don't want the finale spoiled, mute the next couple minutes, okay? Because I actually do want to explain this. The finale opens with a black and white flash forward of Arbiter's hand in the middle of a nature trail. And you'll notice one of the shots is a fork between two paths. And that's foreshadowing the choice that he ends up making in the video game, right? He has to pick one or the other. And then the hand is on the ground. And in another shot in the same black and white sequence, there's a shot of a residential street, which lets you know that we're not just in the middle of the woods here. This is a nature trail near a residential area, which puts it possibly within the blast radius. Well, not possibly. It puts it within the blast radius of the explosion that happened at the house because the grenade went off, right? So the idea is the grenade blew up, sent fragments flying, and Arbiter's hand landed in the nearby nature trail. But all you see at the beginning is the hand in the woods. And when you're just shown that image, the possibilities of what happened are endless. It's like, well, what the fuck happened? He got kidnapped and split apart, or what's going on? And so when the explosion happens, you're meant to realize, like, oh, his hand just kind of like flew off in the debris. And then landed in the nearby park. Because if you listen to the sound design in that opening scene, you hear not just cop cars, police sirens, but fire trucks and a helicopter. So the idea is that, like, there's a manhunt for the Black Hand and possibly Boris, or the helicopter could be like those like fire dowsing choppers that they send with like things full of water to like dump on flames. But maybe that's a bit too much for a house explosion. But the idea is the helicopters could be a part of a manhunt. So that's the explanation for the opening. Because I realized that might have confused some people. I wasn't trying to. I thought I made it clear, but there you go. Okay. Boris was hunting the Black Hand the whole time. That was the idea for killing his family. And this is where Boris finally caught up to him after tailing him for so long. That's perfect timing, yes. Very convenient timing for the story. No spoilers. Okay, I'm done. I'll try and avoid spoilers now. But the guy asked, so... And this stream is for people who saw it, so... But... No more... I'm trying to avoid spoilers now, okay? I hear sirens so often that when I hear them in media, I never think anything of it. That's a good point. It's kind of the same for me, hearing sirens. You just hear it so often. It's just like, oh yeah, that's just background noise. Anyway. Timothy Coombswell for $13.99. Still cooming well, I hope. The birds are chirping, the bees are buzzing. Time to machine gun jackhammer overdrive my death grip semi-chub with my roided doom fist. To John's death and Arby and the Chief Season 8, Episode 14 once again. Well, I'm glad I gave you some material for your spank bank. Happy cooming. Thanks, Timothy. Ember... EYMBR for 10 US says, just finished the episode. Thank you so much for entertaining, inspiring, and helping me find my passion in storytelling. I started crying when they met you. Wonderful work. There's some spoilers here in the super chats, and I'm just reading what's been written, okay? So, like, look, if you don't want to hear it, you got to just jump out of the stream, okay? Because it's not for you right now. Come back to the stream when you've seen the finale, okay? Anyway, thank you. Stealthy Dragon for 10 US says, John, the finale was iconic. Seeing the culmination of the last 14 years felt greatly impactful. I'm excited for your future content. Cheers. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You're welcome. Brandon Vancour for 50 US, goddamn, says, here's what I would have paid for admission. Also, have you seen any $1 Million Extreme stuff? P.S. See me after class, smacks, bruh, you trippin'. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I've seen the $1 Million Extreme sketch comedy. I think it's funny. Sam Hyde seems like one of those like controversial troll figures. Like he enjoys provoking. Like, I feel like I kind of get what he's doing. I feel like he rubs people the wrong way a lot of the time. But I think his comedy is unique. I like his sketch comedy. I liked his... You guys ever seen his TED Talk? Paradigm Shift? I thought that was fucking hilarious. And then he recently did that thing where he called out Hassan Piker. He wanted to kill him. I thought that was funny. He's an interesting dude. I'm glad you enjoy the podcast. Thank you. He's always like the butt of the joke. Like if something horrible happens, it's like they found the shooter. It was Sam Hyde or shit like that. Like, I'm very aware of that joke as well. Like, he did everything horrible in human history. I get a kick out of that meme. Thank you, Brandon. Lord Xanthar to Alan for $99.99 US. God damn. Says, just finished the episode. Awesome possum work, my guy. I'm 24 now and been watching you since Master Chief sucked at Halo. Loved you even more since Arby and the Chief since Season 5 and One Life Remaining. Looking forward to your future projects and EFAPs. P.S. Glad you kept your integrity, unlike Rooster Teeth. Thank you, Lord Xanthar. I'm glad you've enjoyed everything so far. Even One Life Remaining. I do enjoy going on EFAP. Yeah, I don't know if what they'll invite me to next, but I'm always happy to go on. And Rooster Teeth, yeah, it's I've read about what's going on there. It's a shame. But still, I remember my time working with Rooster Teeth, and I really don't have anything bad to say. So, like, all the bad shit, I feel like I wasn't aware of it when I was working with them, or it was like much more, all that bad shit was like recent. It's a real shame because I like the core team. Rooster Teeth, you know, I mean, I know Bernie has gone his own way now. The other three, I think they're still at the company, but I remember them being really nice to work with. I mean, I think Jeff, he was kind of like quiet and just did his own thing, but I mean, the amount of time I did interact with him, I thought he was perfectly nice. So yeah, it's I hope I don't fucking know. It's just a shame to read about them, you know. Thank you, Xanthar. Shadow Spark for 10 US says, thank you, John, for the season finale. As a trans woman, it always seems like there's no escape from pain and torment, but I mean something to someone somewhere. Thanks for letting me realize I matter. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I mean, it's for everybody. Because everyone, I think, feels some degree of alienation in some aspect, you know. So, I'm glad people, like, no matter what angle you're coming at it from, like, everyone can appreciate the broad themes of feeling like the other, or feeling like you don't fit, or like there's no meaning to your life, or you can't make anything of your life, or anything like that. Just anybody who's just feeling that kind of despair. I sympathize. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for the super chat. Shadow Spark. Countercom for 10 US says, can you explain Smirnov? Did he really die? Was the whole thing with the assassin real? Was it all real? I'm confused. Also, have you considered becoming Orthodox? Orthodox? You mean Orthodox? I'm not even sure what that means, to be honest. Did he really die? Was the whole thing with the assassin real? Well, that's part of the because the primary implication is that it was all made up, but then Arbiter has that line of dialogue that's deliberately meant to throw you off, which is, again, I'm sorry, spoilers, but people are asking me, so he says, Arbiter feels bad for the things he did in, like, the made-up timeline, and Cortana says, you weren't authoring your life. John was. And then Arbiter says, maybe we both were. And so the idea there is to make you think, well, maybe there was some aspect of the made-up stuff that actually was real, and maybe Arbiter was exercising his own free will to navigate a fictional story. You know what I mean? So maybe, like, both things are true at the same time. So I think what I'm doing there is posing a question of the presence of free will, and, like, there's some thought intended to be provoked about the battle between, like, ideas of free will and determinism, right? Do we forge our own path, or are we just kind of victim to all these chaotic elements that have a set outcome, you know? And I don't really know. I don't have a definitive answer, because these are very complex ideas, but I'm just throwing it out there, like, for people to consider. Like, maybe Arbiter is an agent of his own free will, and if like, and that would mean anytime that he screwed up, that it's his fault. He doesn't have anyone to blame. And he can't help but feel like it is his fault, because he can't help but feel like he did have agency over his actions. So I'm deliberately leaving things a bit ambiguous there for people to make up their own minds about what exactly was real and what wasn't. You know? So there's some questions I feel like are better left unanswered by me. You can answer that for yourself, about what precisely was real and what isn't. Because, I mean, it's all fake because it's a show, but maybe the fact that I've influenced positively so many people who have watched it, maybe that makes it real in a way. I think there was a South Park episode about that. I can't remember if they were talking about Jesus or something, or, like, they were just talking about fictional characters having a real effect on people's lives. I think they were talking about Luke Skywalker. Calvinist. I've heard of Calvinism, but I don't really understand I'd need to, like, look that up, Calvinism, to understand what that is all encapsulating. But maybe, I don't know. It's meant to be ambiguous. So take from that what you will. Drifty Foil for $4.99 US says, John, will you? When you will. But John, when the will? And when the what? But when the what? But what is what? Thanks, John. Smiley face. Did I just have a stroke? Did I read that right? So that's deliberately trolling, I think. We got a troll in the super chats, folks. I don't know how to answer that. Yes. That's my answer. There you go. Thank you, Drifty. Z Weistein 333 sends 10 CHF. Whatever CHF is. 10 chiffs. And a little, what is that, a puppy or a fox holding a heart? That's cute. Thanks for the super chat and the emoji. I appreciate it, man. I don't know what the currency is, but yeah, that's whatever you send. I'm grateful, even if it's just like $1 or $2. I appreciate it all. Super fan 4 for $6 US says, Johnny boy, thanks for everything from a longtime fan. Can't wait for the future and all that good stuff. Now play Activate. That song slaps. Well, maybe I can do that. Hang on. Hang on, I'm just going into my projects drive. And I remember the track number because I deliberately made it track 69 in the soundtrack. Can you hear my desktop audio? Do you hear this desktop ping here? Here. Oh no, you can't hear that, can you? What about now? Yeah, I think you can hear that, right?
Activate, 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 activate.
Great song. One of the greatest tracks ever made, I think. I don't know who made it, but he must have a huge dick. Because that track is banging. Sorry if that was a bit loud there. I could see the audio meter peaking in the red. That was probably a bit right up past 0 dB, maybe. All right, where were we? Thank you, Superfan4. Lord Xanthar the Allen for $19.99 US says, I gotta say, I really admire independent creators like you and Mark Haynes, creative Super Mario Bros. Z. I remember that. I remember that on Newgrounds. That's an old thing, isn't it? I imagine it must take a massive amount of passion, time, and money for you guys to make really awesome stuff. Yeah, but we do it because we like it, you know? That we wouldn't rather be doing anything else, so it's not like I'm locked in a dungeon forced to make this shit, you know. I'm quite happy to spend my time doing it, and when I'm done a project and I put it out, it's really satisfying. So yeah, I like doing it. Thank you. Jojo97 for 10 US says, John, I just finished the episode and I'm a teary-eyed mess. Aw, that episode is beautiful. That last hour is like nothing I've ever watched before. Well, I did want it to be affecting. Whether that's in a good or a bad way, I guess, is up to the person, but I wanted to... I decided in the beginning, like, if I'm going to do this 8th season, I want the finale to be like a sledgehammer to the face. I just want to be like, fuck you. Here's a fucking crazy episode, you know? I don't mean fuck you in like a bad way. Just, you know what I mean? Like I wanted to just like, here's this fucking thing. Like really make a lasting impact. I feel like I did that. I'm glad you liked it, man. And thank you for the super chat, Jojo. I really appreciate it. Saber1105 for 10 Canadian says, listening through all this just makes me appreciate what you were doing with all this a little more. This has been the most stream ever. Here's a drink on us. Stay awesome, possum. Thank you very much. I forgot I have my drink here. I forgot. It's almost full as well. No, can't wait to just fucking zone out and watch a movie. Maybe we're almost done. Maybe, I don't know. See, because I'm almost at the top of this page, but I'm gonna refresh, and there's gonna be a bit more, and I don't know how much more. So let's see. I hope we're almost done. Because I hate money. Stop sending me delicious, awesome money. Affinities for $1.99 US says, you're a good person. Tack my monies. Yoink. It's my monies now. I'm going to spend it on stupid shit. Probably Steam games. I'm going to spend your hard-earned super chat dollars on Steam and booze. Thank you, Affinities. MQ for 20 US says, hey, John, been here since season 2. I'll be watching the episode at work tonight. Any merch ever coming our way? Would love an Arby and the Chief shirt or something, or maybe you'd be cool with the fans making something. Okay. I personally have nothing against, like, I'd love to put out an Arby and the Chief shirt, like make a sweet shirt, like something badass. But I'm worried about the copyright thing. I feel like I'll put out like something with Arbiter and Chief on it, even if it's in like an abstract way, and then Microsoft is going to give me shit. I'm probably being paranoid, but like I feel like it depends on the company. Like if I were to do that with Nintendo's IPs, I feel like the chances are they would give me shit for that. Maybe I'm wrong about that too, because I mean, people make like Star Wars fan shirts and shit. Like they appropriate pre-existing IPs for their fan content. I don't know. It's like so fucking muddy and messy. I hate the non-specified legality of it, where it's just like you just have to hope that no companies fuck with you. I fucking hate the fogginess of it. And I feel like a lot of merchandising is just that complacency with that fogginess, where it's just like, well, I'm not a high priority. They won't fuck with me. So yeah, no big deal. But I personally just don't even want to go there, you know? So I'd rather not. It depends on the shirt, or like the design on the shirt. You know what I mean? Because if if it references the Arby and the Chief without actually using the trademarks or the characters, then maybe I could do that. But then how do you make it still cool? Like, I don't know what would go on the shirt exactly. So I don't know. I'd rather just not do it. I just don't care enough. But I appreciate your interest, and thank you for the super chat. That's very kind of you. The Banisher for 5 US says, yo, when we gonna get a conclusion to Deus Ex Machina? 2069. Stay tuned. The Deus Ex Machina finale is coming. 2069. Mark your calendars. April 20th, 2069. You heard it straight from the horse's mouth. Decimator Omega for 5 US says, hey John, I just finished watching episode 17. I'll be sending you an email your way. Too much to list here. Oh shit. Am I in trouble? I'm in the doghouse. Sounds bad. It's like I gotta chew your head off for this. I can't believe you did this fucked up thing. You're about to hear. You're gonna get a piece of my mind, John, for that finale. Well, I hope it's a nice email. Either way, I'll read it. I hope you liked it. Not Top Goon for $19.99 US says, "Hey John, not sure if you remember, but you reached out to me years back wanting to use my artwork of Adam as the thumbnail for season 8, episode 12. Yes, I remember that. It means the world to me that my art is being used. Love you, John. You rock." Hey man, I loved your art. It felt like, this is gonna sound mean, but I don't mean it to be, but it felt like kind of a kid's drawing. And that kind of felt, but it was better than that. That's not giving it enough credit. I just loved the look of it, and it felt so appropriate. It felt like something Adam would have drawn himself. I think that's what appealed to me about it. I'm not saying it's like a bad or like childish drawing. It's a good sketch. I like it. But it had kind of a youthfulness to like the style, I guess, that appealed to me. So thank you for doing that. And of course, I'm happy to use it as the thumbnail. I mean, it wasn't just because you sent me it. It's like, oh, that would really work as the thumbnail. Like I thought it was cool. So yeah, awesome. Thank you very much for that. Living legend right here, folks. Not Top Goon. Tallest Almond for $4.99 US says, "Hey John, will you be making new content? Arby and the Chief was amazing. Does it feel like a relief that it is over? Like bittersweet. Love you, man." You know, like I was saying before, I don't think it has really fully sunk in yet. The fact that it's like, oh, it's done now because it's been so long. It's like being trapped in a bubble for years, and then all of a sudden you're out of it into civilization. You're just like, what the fuck happened? Like, am I still in the simulation? You know, it's like you're not sure. I'm kind of still in that phase, but when I started this stream, I was kind of a wreck. It's embarrassing. That's all on video. Oh God. That's all on video forever. Me crying like a bitch. Everyone's gonna make fun of me. Don't make fun of me, you guys. I think as the next few days go by, it'll sink in a bit more and I'll feel more relief. Right now, I feel like I can't, because it didn't feel like it was over until like I showed it to people, and now I'm still doing the stream after the premiere, and it feels like it won't really be over until I conclude the stream, and then I'll be able to sit down and be like, oh shit, you know, like that moment for me is still coming, but maybe it won't come because I just like my inclination. I mean, I'm gonna sit tonight and just zone out and watch Thunderball probably, but tomorrow, I'm probably just going to work on my Hard Justice script. Like, I just want to get started on the next thing. You know what I mean? I don't really need... I might take a bit of time off. But, I'm not exhausted. I don't feel that yet. But I'm sure that feeling will come in the coming days. But anyway... Bittersweet, yeah. I mean, it's not like, oh, I'm glad. I mean, it was a ball and chain in some ways where, like, I wish I could be done with this so I could move on to something else. But, like, I am very proud of the work that I did. So, I don't know. It's just, right now, I just feel like, yeah, it's done. And on to the next thing. You know? Because I like the work. Anyway. Okay, so I'm going to refresh this super chat page now, and I'm going to see how many more I have to get through. Let's do a count of how much is left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 35, 36, 37, 38, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 33. Oh my god. Okay. Oh shit. Timothy Coombswell for 279 Canadian says John CJG and Sam Hyde collab when? Oh yeah, maybe we'll fight in the UFC ring. If Hassan Piker won't fight Sam Hyde, I'll fight him. Stay tuned for the UFC fight of the century. Me versus Sam. Thanks, Timothy. Juhata for MXN 125. I don't know what that currency is, but it sounds like a lot. Ooh, big number. Hello, John. I've been following the show since I was 14, and it was a huge part of my life growing up. I'm happy you could find disclosure and wish you the best in the future. Cheers, and thank you for everything. You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know how much that is, but whatever it is, it's very kind of you. Epsi for 1337 US. Nice number. John, it's sad to see Arby and the Chief go once again. I've been watching since Severance when I was 11, and I've loved the ride since then. There is so much I want to say to you, man. Congrats on the success, and thank you. You're very welcome. I'm glad you liked it. Viles for 10 US says, my friend and I have followed this series ever since elementary school and loved every minute of this finale. This show grew with us, and seeing how you evolved as a creator was amazing. Thank you very much. I'm glad you and your friend enjoyed it. Sir Clowns a Lot for a US $5 says, he goes by many names. Thief of Recon, Scourge of Machinima, Slapper of Women. I don't slap women. I did steal Recon from Rooster Teeth, though. But they never found me. I hid in a hole in Iraq like Saddam Hussein. Scourge of Machinima. What does that even mean? A scourge? Does that mean like I'm a blight on the medium? Oppressor of minorities. Can of Cuck. He is Job Graham, maker of stuffs. Well, I do make stuffs. Thank you, Sir Clowns, a lot. Medical Strife Dubs for 20 US says, hey, John, thanks for everything, and I look forward to what you have in store in the future. Well, tune in. Yeah, I got more stuff coming. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Taylor Corbett for US $2 says, you're fantastic, John. Thank you for everything. You're very welcome. Thank you. Vanguard for 5 Canadian says, hey, Job, still finishing up the finale, but I want to say I've loved it a lot so far. I thought your reflection was really interesting. Oh, like my monologue? Yeah. I hope that wasn't too wordy. Maybe I could have cut it down a bit, but I really didn't want to cut a word out of that. I went over it a lot. I was like, can I cut this down? I don't really want to. Maybe I'll just leave it how it is. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Not Top Goon for $9.99 US says, been a fan since I was 12, 21 now, and I'm a volunteer firefighter and in the College Fire Academy. Wow, awesome. For those who don't know, I put out the fire at John's apartment after Chief blew it up in season 7. What a hero. Well, thank you for putting out that fire. I was very thankful for you putting out the fire in my home. Thank you, Not Top. I'm a Halo 123 for $4.99 US says, hi, John, sick finale. I hope my email found you fine. It was the one about the 2 scripts I'm writing. One about the dystopia and one about a machinima. Did you just send it? I think that kind of reminds me of something I got a while ago. I'm not sure of the time frame. But yeah, if you sent an email, I probably read it. Thank you for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. Timothy Coombswell for 279 Canadian says, "Can you do video killing people with a rock?" No. I'd rather not. Thanks, Timothy. Killing people with a rock. What the fuck? Hate and hatred for 100 Canadian. 100 Canadian cuckbucks. There's so much I would love to tell you. We'll probably send you a message on Patreon or something one of these days. Oh boy. See, I always assume it's bad. It's like, I got shit to say to you, but not here. You're going to hear from me in an email. And I'm just like... It's like getting called to the principal's office in school. Everyone's like, ooh. Like, what? Shut up. I hope it's nice. Don't send me mean words. Thanks, Hate and Hatred. That's a huge super chat. Thank you for that. Elwood Blues for $9.99 US says, "Where's the Gabagool, John?" Hey, yo! Gabagool! Gabagool! Over here! Love me some Gabagool. I've never had Gabagool. I just like saying it. Thank you, Elwood. Brent Paul for 20 US says, "Here's some more money." Short and to the point. I love it. Here's some more money. Just take it. Just take this fucking money that I'm giving you. What's the matter? Don't you like money? Here, fuck you. Thank you. Gian Marsh... Oh, boy. Gian, Gian, Marchesini. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. For $99.99 US. Wow. Rushed home after work to watch the final episode. I'd be lying if I said I didn't tear up. Rushed home after work. I just imagine either you speeding through traffic or like sprinting like Ferris Bueller. Well, I hope you got home quick enough and you enjoyed it. I appreciate the super chat. It's very kind of you. Thanks. Sebastian Willows for 5 Canadian says, "All jokes aside, this series was incredible and I can't wait to see what you put out next. You're truly an inspiration. Great John job." Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you liked it. SB for $2 says, "What are your thoughts of Gregnant? Is it canon?" No. I don't think it's possible. Do spiders ejaculate? I guess maybe they do, but it's like, it's not like humans. It's like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. How do they reproduce? And I guess it's probably semen, but I don't think you I wouldn't expect like a Peter North cum shot from a spider. John says no to spider sex. I agree. Yes. Spider sex is off limits. SB. Oh no, I just read that one. Joshua Purdy for $4.99 says, "Release the original songs you made for season 4, especially the first song in episode 7, please. I beg you, Digital Fear." That wasn't... I know the one you're probably talking about, and it's not even that good. I don't think it is. But in any case, I didn't save my music exports or project files for season 4. Sorry. The earliest that goes back is season 5. So, sorry. What's on SoundCloud is all there is. Back in the day, I didn't archive my shit properly when I should have. It's a learning experience. One of those things. Sorry. But I appreciate your interest. It wouldn't be that hard to recreate. It's just like... I mean, it wouldn't be hard at all. It's just the hard part is remembering the exact instruments and plugins that I used, you know? So, I mean, I would have used FL Studio, but I couldn't tell you what plugins to use. But there is some magic combination of built-in Fruity Loops plugins that will let you recreate that song, so you could experiment. SB for $2 says update on Hard Justice, Polyfrost, and cooking. Oh god, that's a lot. Hard Justice, I'm working on it. I've written 20 different, at least 18 drafts of an outline, and even written some scenes with dialogue, so it's in development. I've done a lot of research. Like, I'm not just a... I mean, it's supposed to be kind of a comedy, a drama/comedy. And I do want it to be funny like the old Hard Justice, but I'm also bringing a lot of new research into this one as well. Like, I've looked at documentaries on police departments. I do a lot of research. I study the military, I study ranks, I study special ops teams, I study the way they breach buildings or approach. I study operations, loadouts, ammunition, weapons, ranks. How different departments cooperate with one another, federal agencies, state agencies. Like, there's a lot of like knowledge of law enforcement that I wasn't aware of back in the day when I was doing the original series that I would like to take advantage of now in this new like soft reboot that I'm doing. So we'll see how it turns out. It's in development. Polyfrost, yeah, I would like to be that to be an animated series, but I can't animate anything good enough to the degree of quality that I would want for this show. I can't do 3D animation yet because I don't know enough. I tried doing a game, but I failed miserably because I couldn't figure out the enemy AI, because that's a complicated thing to figure out, especially for like a top-down game, because it's not just like you're not just coding enemy AI in terms of them moving left to right depending on where you're positioned relative to them. It's like because it was a top-down game, it's like, how do you program the enemies to take the optimal route to find you and to like take cover and shit? Like, that was, I hit that wall and I was like, oh fuck, I really didn't think this through. So yeah, I would like to develop a video game. I would love to. I just got to figure out something on paper, and I want to start off with something really small. Like, scale it back. Like, what is a game that I could actually accomplish? And I want to make something narratively driven and funny, because that's what I excel at. Maybe something with like dialogue trees and multiple endings. I would love to make a game like that. Like a Pokemon style RPG with dialogue branches, multiple endings, that's really funny. Maybe not multiple endings, I don't know, because that's a lot of work for like a starter project, but I do want to make something funny that's like a top-down Pokemon style RPG. So, but that's a long way down the line. That's in development. So where was I? Oh, cooking. I often grab a sandwich from somewhere. I shouldn't go out as much as I do for a sandwich, but when I do cook, I use my Instant Pot, and I make a lot of stew. I just throw beef and chop up some potatoes and onions and peppers and throw them in, and then just a bunch of like frozen veggies and lentils, and I throw that all in, pour in the stock, and then I just let that pressure cook, and then boom, I've got like a week's worth of meals that I can ration out, and I put them in the freezer. That's my cooking. I'm not adventurous with it, so my life is an embarrassment, okay? My career, my diet, it all just sucks. Well, I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to lose weight. It's hard though. I'm still kind of chubby. I got these slim fitting shirts and I look disgusting in them. I look at myself in the mirror and I'm just like, oh my God, you fat piece of shit. Still got a ways to go. I still got a few pounds to lose. Anyway, thank you, SB. Snowa for $4.99 US says it's not much, but I've been watching the series since I was like 9 and I'm 22 now. Thank you for bringing all the laughs. Hey, you're very welcome. That's a long time. Sloppy Dinosaur for 20 US says, okay, job, you finally get it. You understand that the joy you bring fans with Arby and the Chief gives you purpose, but now it's over. So this is what I propose. These words are in all caps. Bring back See Me After Class immediately. It bring your fans joy too. Yeah, but it doesn't bring me that much joy, to be honest. I mean, I don't get a kick out of streaming regularly because I don't have that personality type where I just broadcast everything to the world every day. Like, I don't know how people do it. I like doing it now and then, but like, I don't really want to make a regular thing out of it, to be honest. It feels good as like a once in a while thing. I know some people are bummed, but like, that's just the way I feel about it. I'm a private person. I'd rather just... I spend a lot of time by myself. Like 95% of my time is spent alone. And I kind of like it that way, to be honest. So... it's just the way I am. But thank you, Sloppy Dinosaur. I do appreciate your interest and your super chat. Lost Time for 5 US says, hey John, what was your favorite part of the Holocaust? Oh my God. Come on. The Holocaust isn't good. You know that. Asking me these trap questions. You know better. Thank you, Lost Time. Steven Vargas for 10 US says, I know it's not much, but this is the least I could do for you since you've made the last 17 years better for me. I need See Me After Class and Hard Justice, you coward. Hard Justice has so much material, lol. I'm aware, so I would like to reboot it, and I am working on it, so... But just, you gotta give me some time, though, because I just finished Season 8, and... I want to write a new big story, but I need time to like get it off the ground. So I hope you'll be patient with me and appreciate the stuff I put out in the meantime. I would like to put out some shorts and like MediaBiz kind of stuff. So I hope you can get excited for that at least. I lost my spot. Sorry. Snowa for $4.99 US says, side note, please bring back chemotherapy if you ever feel inspired to make another episode. Dark Souls pilot was golden comedy. I don't know. MediaBiz. I keep saying that's my new review show. And I made MediaBiz because I wanted to do a review show where I'm not playing a character, because that gets exhausting. Always playing satirical like characters, whether it's like the chemotherapy guy or Chip Gaiman from Professional Reviews. I'm like, why don't I just make a show? It's like I was scared to just make a show that was just about me, like me talking candidly, because I felt like it's not going to be entertaining enough. And I'm just like, well, everyone else on fucking YouTube's doing it. So maybe I'm just being too like paranoid about it, like people not enjoying it just because it's not satire. And that is what I'm driven towards doing at the moment. I've got some ideas for professional reviews, but if I do get ideas, for that, like satire, it'll be under the label of professional reviews and not chemotherapy, because I feel like I'm just done with that. Because I feel like it's a fundamentally flawed idea. The mask was too creepy. It's like a serial killer. So, yeah. But I appreciate the interest. Thank you for the chat. Waste of time for $4.99 says, just wanted to stop by again. Have a good night job. Good John. Have a good night job. Good John with the finale. Much love. Well, you're welcome. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Krieg Core for 10 US says, just finished the episode, John. It was great, man. We all love and appreciate you so much. I eagerly await what the future holds for us all. Heart you. Thanks, man. I heart you too. Thanks for the super chat. I'm glad you liked the episode. Tang Gaming for 10 US says, hey John, I remember the first time started watching was from Anoj's top 10 Arby and the Chief moments back in the old machinima days. Time sure flies, doesn't it? It sure fucking does. I'm 34 years old and I'm still doing this. Sad. Thank you. Darian Borges for $9.99 US says, Eugene was trying to make Arbiter cross the river in the dream sequence. Is the ending where Arbiter finally steps foot in grass a parallel? Yeah, that can definitely be seen. That's an interpretation. I don't know if I was thinking, I don't know if I had that specific example in mind when I did that, but there is a broader idea of crossing a threshold of sorts, you know? It's like I'm in this space and now I'm over here. Like it was symbolic that Arbiter was like setting foot outside for the first time in like ages. I think the last time Arbiter was seen outside was probably like the Arby and the Chief movie, not Endgame, but like the movie with like the car and shit. Finally touched grass. Yes, well, there's also the meme angle, right? The touched grass meme. But I wasn't thinking of that when I wrote that. It was just about like the threshold of like stepping from one state to another. To be honest, this man is living his best life and he says it's sad. I mean, you know what I mean, right? I mean, it can be hard not to think of my career as a joke and juvenile, and I guess in some regards it is, but I'm not saying I don't have a comfortable life and I'm not grateful, because I am. I do, and I am. It feels a little childish sometimes, and that can get to me sometimes. But people like what I do, so that makes a huge difference. A Happy Lichter for 10 US says, thanks for all the years of entertainment, Job. You're welcome. Thank you. The Narrator for 19.99 US says, 15 years later, and I'm still proud of you, John. I cannot wait to see where you'll be in the following 15. By the way, what were your implications with Claire, Arby, and her crying child? Never leave us, John. You're needed here, brother. I don't know if I should explain, because I feel part of the power of that scene is things left ambiguous. I mean, there is a very deliberate callback with the baby crying, because that was also used in the nightmare sequence in which Adam was featured. So it is evoking a memory of Adam. And so it's like a weird combination of, oh, thank God Claire's fine and the baby's fine, but there's memories of Adam still lingering, and Arbiter, when he's standing in that position, feels in touch with something. He's being reminded of like his inner shadow, his like an inner sense of evil that once you touch, there's no going back from. Like there's some heavy darkness there, and I think it's, I mean, I kind of just did give an explanation, but I think it's like, it's better if I don't go into too much more detail. But there are a lot of factors at play there. I don't want to go into further detail than that. So if you're looking for a concrete, what exactly did this thing and this thing mean? Like, I don't want to. No, you can't make me. Are you gonna come over here and beat me up? But I hope you enjoyed it. General Alex for $13.99 says, you've really crafted a series here that I'll remember for years, man. Like a childhood cartoon I've been watching for a long time, and listening to those Microsoft voices brings me right back. Thank you. I'm glad you think of it that way. Yeah, I hope people rewatch it. You know. Thank you, General. Beast Gamer Leet for $5 says, is Bernard Brown paying homage to Bernard Black from Black Books? You know, his name is Bernard Black, isn't it? Because I know the show. And I actually just thought of that. That actually wasn't my intent, but that's an interesting parallel because I am a Black Books fan. The idea of naming him Bernard Brown was to give him a boring, unremarkable name. That was the intent. And you juxtapose that with him doing crazy, extreme things as a police officer. It wasn't a very well thought, executed idea, but that was the intent back then. Okay, maybe we're almost done here. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Timothy Coombswell for $2.79 Canadian says 34. What, you want Rule 34 on what? Arby and the Chief? No. Well, you're not going to get it from here, at least. Thanks, Tim. Sir Clowns a Lot for $5 says, Cameron Shuttersnap HBO series When Digital Fear? When? Wind blows. When will you be done reading super chats? Never, at this rate. Keep this See Me After Class name. It is unique. It's not that unique. But I don't really want to. I don't want to call it that anymore. You can't make me. Thank you, Sir Clowns a Lot. A Happy Lictor for $5 says, ooh woo. Ooh woo. Thank you. Timothy Coombswell for $6.99 says, John, don't act like I forgot when you accidentally leaked your own ending to season 6, Arby and the Chief, when doing a vlog of making your final episodes back in 2011. I mean, I forgot, so of course I'm going to forget that you forgot. Man, I'm stupid. Thanks, Timothy. Hate and Hatred for 20 Canadian says, if you're worried, I just want to tell you what your show is meant to be. It taught me English, for one thing. I'll send you a longer message because there's not enough room here. Love you, man. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Timothy Coombswell for $6.99 Canadian. I'm sorry, I'm kind of blasting through these now because I've got to piss. My head fucking hurts and I just want to sit down. I just want to zone out and lie down. Timothy Coombswell for no more super chats, okay? For $6.99 says, you're telling me a spider just so happened to impregnate the female human. I didn't say that. That's shit people are throwing into the theories. He orchestrated it him. Gregory. He inseminated through a cuckoldress. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Thank you, Timothy. Whatever that was. KZ Kenny says, the finale was keynote to your cinema. Good job, as always, Canna Cuckold. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Jake Urib for $20 says, as an artist, I've always battled with finding value in my art. I've felt a connection with you over the last 16 years and wanted to thank you for reminding me that doing what I want to do matters. You are my hero, John, always. You're welcome, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And well done in your... I mean, I encourage everyone to be creative, you know, because it's not always obvious that people have creative ability until you kind of tap into it and play around with it. So, you know, even if you don't have an inclination, like try it. Maybe you'll enjoy it. Write something, paint something. I don't know. Thank you, Jake. Timothy Coombswell for $6.99 says, Job, all those grime stains on your shirt. Grime? That's a few drops of like booze, okay? Grime stains. I'm not like a grease monkey. I didn't come back from fixing a fucking car engine. I spilt a few drops of my beverage, okay? Grime stains. Make you look like a flood from Halo 2. Oh yeah, that bad. Thank you, Timothy. Now, actually, I bought it like this. If you order a MediaBish shirt, it comes with stains. So, isn't that exciting? These stains can be yours. Kuvoski for $5 says, probably echoing what others have said, but just wanted to say I love the finale and look forward to future projects. Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Stephen Vargas for $2 says, now that it's done, is Digital Fruitcakes still number one? Like my favorite episode? I don't know if it's Digital Fruitcakes. I mean, that was definitely a landmark episode for me, but like in terms of my screenwriting ability, it was like a turning point. But Digital Fruitcakes, the spider is closer to my favorite episode than anything else. I don't know what my favorite episode is. It might be this finale, to be honest, because I just feel it just wraps everything up, and I'm proud of a lot of the work that went into it. I'd have to think about it more. But anyway, thanks, Stephen. Slendy for £10 says, I less than 3 you, John. I hope you are doing okay. The show and characters will always live on. You did an amazing job. You really helped me in life, and I hope you find real happiness soon. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I have happiness in my own juvenile way, you know? I like my work. I like watching movies. I like video games. I like playing my Steam Deck. I fucking love my Steam Deck. And that's all I really need, you know? I don't need a fancy car or any bullshit like that. I don't go clubbing, or I don't take vacations. I just like I like my movies and games. You give me that, I'm happy. Cox2 for $20 says, thanks for the giggles, John. I started watching in 2009. Your show meant a lot to me, and I adored it to the point of making some pixel fan art of the season 7 trio in school, still on your webpage, and now I draw horse porn. Cool. Love you, Job. I think I remember the pixel art you're talking about. That was really well done. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for your super chat. Taran for $20 says, hey John, I wanted to know, in the beginning, Arbiter's hand is seen in nature. What was the story behind that? So I already explained it earlier, so you can go back earlier in the stream if you want, just in case like there's anyone here who doesn't want it spoiled. Like, I don't really want to go over it again, but I already did explain it, so just check back if you're interested. There is an explanation though. How are we doing now? I think we're almost done. A sloppy dinosaur for $5 says, you've done a Halloween special, a Christmas special. Now it is time. Job. When is the Thanksgiving special? Job. When is it? Gobble gobble. I got nothing against any particular holiday, you know? It's just whether or not I get an idea. That's the thing. It's easier to come up with Christmas and Halloween specials than it is Thanksgiving. For some reason, I don't know. I guess visually the other ones just pop out more. Like Thanksgiving, there's like turkey. What else? What do you do with that? That's relevant to like the toys, because there's no like gift giving. There's no mischief like with Halloween. It just comes down to whether or not I can figure out an idea, So if one comes along, I will do a Thanksgiving special, okay? Thank you, Sloppy Dinosaur. Hoodie for 20 Canadian says, watched since episode 1. Quoted lines with my friends in middle and high school, became a part of my group humor. Wasn't able to keep up as I went through university, but will never forget the enjoyment I got from your videos. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you and your friends enjoyed it. And you had to throw in that last one, didn't you? Decimator Omega. Decimator Omega for 5 US says, it's all great feedback of Arby and the Chief episode 17 and how much you impacted my life indirectly in a good way regarding my email. You nailed it, man. Oh, thank you. I'm kind of joking with I figure the emails are going to be mostly positive, but I can't help but interpret things in a negative way sometimes if they're vague. Like, I hate when I get a voicemail, for example, and it's like, I need to speak to you, call me back, or something, or like, I'll call you later. And then I'm just like, fuck. It's like, what did I do? I feel like most people are like that, though. Thank you, Decimator Omega. And then we got another one thrown in at the last second, and another one. You guys, stop throwing me delicious, great money. Halo is awesome. C19 for 20 US says, hey, it's Halo Man 30 again. Wanted to throw another 20 at you. You deserve it, man. Looking forward to whatever comes next. Just wanted to throw me another 20. You crazy sumbitch. Well, thank you very much for that. It's much appreciated. I promise I will waste it on something really fucking stupid. Probably a Steam game. Timothy Coombswell for $6.99 says, Josh Butterballs implies the existence of Josh oiled up balls. Does it though? Does it? Someone with butter on his balls, there has to be a counterpart where someone has oil. What about a person who doesn't have anything on their balls? Maybe that's the opposite that necessitates existence, or that necessarily exists. And we got a few more coming in because people are like, these are like troll chats that are just meant to keep me in my fucking chair. Timothy Coombswell for $2.79 says, bite the foam. The foam. No, I will not bite the foam. Thank you, Timothy. A Happy Lictor for 2 US says, you're stuck with us. Am I? We'll see about that. General Alex for $6.99 says, take this money and go to bed. I will. And with that, I need to go, okay? If I wasn't tired, I would stay. But, and it's late. And I don't want to make too much noise because it's late and I live with people. I don't want to be a nuisance. So, please, no more, okay? I want to just... this has been emotional and exhausting, and I've answered a lot of questions here, and I'm just tired, and I need to just watch a dumb movie, okay? So, and get drunk. So, thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to take off now, okay? Thank you. Thank you for all the super chats. I sincerely appreciate everything. Timothy Coombswell, $2.79, no leaving us. I have to, okay? Thank you for the super chats. Patreon, YouTube memberships, merchandise, PayPal donations, everything. I really appreciate everything. I hope you enjoyed the finale. It's been a pleasure making the show, and entertaining you guys. I'm happy to do it until I'm dead, probably. So stay tuned. I would like to stream sometime in the future. I don't know when, but I would like to stream some video games to get some footage for MediaBiss. And I hope you'll stick with me and stay tuned, because there's more stuff coming. Okay. So that does it for me tonight. I wish you all well. Have a good night. Hope you enjoyed the show. And everyone sleep well and all that shit. Have a good night. Have a good day tomorrow.